Woo.
That's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, no or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Avakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ah, Thalatazak, no or not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no or not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no or not thou steal. La'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no or not thou testify falsely. La'ah, Thakamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya, no or not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah, amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes! Romans 11. Shalom, handsome young man. Shalom. Good to see you.
We must not eat pork, because pork is doing the opposite of purifying the temple. It is unpurifying the temple. How you must not eat blood, because it is unpurifying the temple. But and also lots of other things too. And you must not eat prawns, because they dispurify the temple. But you should eat vegetables and fruits, as they purify the temple.
I receive. We receive.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
This one goes to Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. My Aluwa is Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name. Yeah, give thanks for your love. I thank you for life, for all of your blessings. Thanks for your Husha, that sacrifice. Thanks for redemption. Thanks for your Ruach, we're set apart. You gave us exemptions. You gave us the book, our daily bread. Thanks for your lessons. You broke every curse when we repent. You heard our confessions. You were the first, and you know all, ain't no exceptions. Creator of all, out of the dust, no need for conception. You open my eyes, thanks for my election. Yahuwah, tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name. Praise Yah. Gave me my flow, gave me my drip when I didn't know you even exist. Even when I tried to resist, you never taken me off of your list. I was worshiping self, though I'm just a man. I couldn't see my life in your hands when I made my own. You laughed at my plans, and now I look back and I laugh at them too. How could I think I knew better than you? I was living in sin and my life was a lie. Now I'm in you and it's only the truth. Can't believe what you loved me through. Now I see and I love you too. But there is no love like you. No thing that your love can't do. No thing you can't see us through. Long as we keep our eyes on you. Chose to love my neighbors too. Even when the time gets rough. No time, don't tough like you. Pitch black and you shine right through. In the face of the deep, you saw beneath. When man get tired and weak, you never sleep. You show yourself in the stillness. I'll only listen. I won't say a peep. I'll never look back. I won't even peek. Yahuwah, all praises to your name. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. Now man can be redeemed. All my love to Yahuwah. Tell me who but Yahuwah. There is none like Yahuwah. All praises to Yahuwah. Sacrificed his only begotten son, gave us Yahusha. All praises to Yahuwah. There's power in your name. All praise to the Most High Yah. Praise Yah. Everything you allow, only cause of your will. Yours will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me great, satisfied with where you give. Where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me breathe. Thank you cause me don't put money first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you farm flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you farm flesh from the dirt. Overall me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. satisfied. Yashara, 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 Yashara. All praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. Kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I am overall. Yah is calling you back home. All praise go to Yah. Yeah, above all me clear. Over the world, money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most high name. No stokes, no shame. Yahusha the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim. Yah is calling you back home. All praise due to Yah alone. Yah is calling you back home.
Shalom, everyone worldwide. Shalom. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of the Most High Yah. Hold on, let me get set up. My headphones on. Let me pull this over so I can see the chat. Make sure everyone can hear me clearly. I know I might be kind of low. Shalom, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me clearly. Shabbat Shalom. That is the seventh day, the Sabbath day. The Most High said, remember and keep it holy forever. It is the seventh day, not the first day where everybody's worshiping sun worship, Sole Invictus, these sun gods from this Roman Catholicism, Christianity stuff that they created that has nothing to do with the Most High Creator. From the Bible, they call themselves reading from. Has nothing to do with it. He said the seventh day, keep it holy forever. The seventh day. not the first day. So Sabbath or Shabbayat or Shabbayat is the 7th day. So Shabbayat, Shalom, everyone worldwide. That means peace and blessings to you all worldwide. From Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to you all. Hopefully you all had a blessed day or days. All right. Now, sorry that I don't get to see all the people who in here already because it's a lot already in the chat. All right, so let me put the link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen on tonight's study. Copy. All right. Control V. Enter. For those who joined me on my other YouTube channel, Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life TV. Yesterday was, I think it was a great show. I need to watch it back again, but it was special to me because I told about one of the brothers that I cared about in my past. He's passed away. R.I.P. to my brother Gene Grant. All right. So, as y'all learned, my trials and tribulations and my story, how I became to be a man of the Most High, my calling, how he called me home to serve him, and in that be servants to all of you. That's what these teachings are about, is servitude. That's the part people don't understand. It's servitude. We have to do a work one to another. We're called. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. We're called to help one another. And whatever your purpose is in life, it will be tied to helping someone else. Shalom Yagabah. All right. Shalom Maya. Shalom everybody. Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. Shalom Taz Balaya and Yanapa. Shalom Yashiyaha and family. All right. I guess Hakiyama being here a little later. She's probably working. All right. So now, tonight's lesson, let me get the thumbnail. Shalom, I see what you're up to. Shalom, King. All right. Tonight's lesson, let me get the thumbnail. Click this. And go up to the top. Quick access. Double tap. Come back to you guys. Go to present, share screen, window, bang. All right, let me see what y'all see. All right, this is the thumbnail. And Laria, could you put the title whenever you get a chance? The thumbnail says, basically, where are white people from? Now, I have a very in-depth VEPTH lesson. The title is, where do white people come from? Alien or Earth? I have a very in-depth lesson. We're probably going to have a lot of trolls come tonight, so moderators, please be on guard, because when they see titles like this, it triggers people. So you're probably going to have a lot of trolls come in with their nastiness. So just boot them on out as they come on in. All right. So the title, where do white people, quote unquote, come from? Alien? Are they alien or do they come from Earth? So in this thumbnail, I put some aliens, right? They call these the tall whites throughout ancient history and mythology. Then I also put some Neanderthals and Denisovans. I got another lesson on that. I was going to do that, but I'm going to go a deeper dive next time. I didn't have time to put it all together because the time was ticking down as we had to start the show. I wish I had another hour. I tried to get up early enough so I can do a crazy deep dive, but it's okay. Tonight's going to be interesting. It's going to have a little fun. We're going to have a little fun. Very interesting. So it's going to be kind of light-hearted. And then I guess I'll probably have to do a part 2 another time and go to the deeper delve. Okay, the deeper, into the caves, into the Caucasus Mountains, into the the what they call them, Homo sapiens sapiens, and they talking about them that left the land called Africa, and how they traveled in to Asia and Europe, and then the holes that were in the ground, and the Neanderthals and the Denisovans and the other. I did a lesson on it, but I'm a I thought so. Let me turn it up a little. Y'all remind me, guys, to turn my mic down once I start get going, because I know it's low. I want it to be clear for y'all right now while I'm talking softly. All right. This is my normal range when I'm calm, how I talk. But when the spray out gets in me, it's just, so don't remind me, guys, to turn it down. So this should be better for you. I see what you're up to and everybody else as I talk softly. All right. But once I get going, y'all know how it is. So please remind me to turn it down again. All right. So I'll be doing a deeper dive when we visit this topic again, because I'll break down a lot of the myths, a lot of the lies, a lot of the trick knowledge, a lot of the deceit, a lot of the false narratives, and a lot of the trauma bonding and trauma holding. And then I'll bring scriptures. We're going to bring a little scripture tonight. Whereas we're going to bring a little scripture tonight, what the Bible says, where they came from. But it's going to be kind of interesting. It'll be a little fun. I think we'll enjoy fun. And then we'll go into something more powerful, more dark. It is dark, but it's revelation. We'll reveal some more things. But the first part will be light. Then the second part, when I revisit it, we'll go into all of the different species of man that was created from the fallen angel sleeping with the daughters of men. And then the trauma that a lot of people, especially in the so-called awakening, especially to those who are so-called Israelites, right? They're trauma bonded. All right. Now, there is a people that the Most High said he will call against the people of the Bible who ancestors transgressed him. And he said, I will send you into slavery, and I will send the people who are not a people. So he will send a people to send them into captivity who are not actually a people. That means they are not human, meaning they were not created through him. They will have no regards for the old head or the young. See, this is where people get confused, and this is where people get themselves entangled, and they don't rightly divide and understand the word. And then you got these teachers and these Israelites and all these people teaching all this trauma, just hating the white man, not understanding what the scriptures really says and who is the white man. That's what we're going to go into today a little bit. Who is this white man that they are taught to hate so much? Because the Most High did not only send people with so-called white skin to enslave our ancestors and send them to captivity. He enslaved our ancestors with the Hamites, who were black-skinned, with the Ishmaelites, who were black and brown-skinned, with the Europeans, who had what you would call white skin. We're going to get there. We're going to get to that tonight. As well as, listen clearly, this is a part y'all need to hear, as well as a people who are not a people. Those are serpent seeds. That's why I put this on the screen. Aliens, if so you will. Oh yeah, aliens. Aliens exist. They're the fallen angels sleeping with the daughters of men. The fallen angels took on a form, an image. And at the beginning, they had white skin, and it scared our ancestors on the earth. All right, we'll bring that up with a little bit of scripture when we get to that part tonight. So yes, but these aliens didn't only have white skin; they shape shift. They can take on the image of whatever they want to take on. See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're mistaken. The scripture says the enemy will come from those on your own household. The scripture says all Israel ain't Israel, all Yasharal, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You gonna know them by the fruit, the spirit. So just because someone got so-called white skin, so-called brown skin, so-called black skin or whatever, doesn't mean that they are your brother or sister or not your brother and sister. It's their fruit, their actions, their spirit that will tell you whether they are keeping the Father's commandment. They are his children and his heart is in their heart. Okay? All right. So now, with that, the people have been led astray. And from the trauma, from this last captivity, which was orchestrated by a people who are not a people, that used the other nations of people against one another. Tonight, we're going to bring out where the white people come from. Now, on the screen, I put Neanderthals and Denisovans. On my other lesson, I broke down. I was going to pull it up tonight, but we'll do it when we do the deeper dive. We're going to go into the caves. We're going in, Taj, when we go back again and revisit this the next time. It probably won't be Sunday. We don't go, but when next time I come back, we're going to the most deep delve. We're going to make all these prejudiced, traumatized Israelites teaching the prejudice, so-called white people teaching the prejudice and racist, so-called white people teaching the, what can I call the serpent seed? The manipulated, because the serpent seed don't have prejudice and racism. They just wicked. They're just evil, period. So it's just manipulation. You'd be a fool calling what the serpent seed do prejudice and racism. That's emotional. They don't give a crap, but they don't got no emotions. See, people don't understand the real serpent seed, the 13 bloodline families, the blue bloods, those from the fallen that keep their lineage within themselves. They know who they are in this earth. And they don't got no emotions. They got no regard for the old head or the young. They come to steal, kill, and destroy, and to proliferate themselves, to take over the light. They are the darkness. They come to fulfill the adversary, the darkness, to fight the light. So they ain't got no emotions. So I say we will dispel the manipulation of them. All right? So a lot of people in their teachings are traumatized, and they try to teach that the Neanderthals, that's the white man Neanderthals. So I broke down my lesson and showed, see this woman on the screen? That's a Neanderthal woman. She don't look white to me. That look like a white woman to y'all? Not to me. So when you go back to the original, you'll see all Neanderthals didn't have a pinkish skin and straight blonde hair. And the Denisovans, I'll do that next time. I already broke it down on one lesson. See? So they'll think that's because they have a lack of scholarship, and they pick up traumatized teachings from others, and they spread it in their ignorance and in their trauma. They want to be so, they want to enslave. They want what was done to them and their ancestors done to this group of people. But you can be very careful. You got to be careful, because the serpent will deceive you, which you've done. So then another picture on the screen. I know a lot of people ain't going to like this lesson tonight. You have people who was logging in, but I'm out of here. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. They want to stay in their trauma. So you have people come in and be like, I'm teaching. He not teaching hate the white man. So I'm out of there. They like trauma. right? They like it. They like it's a spirit over them. They like to blame somebody. They don't like to take accountability and responsibility, right? So this picture over here is my lesson called the Eve gene, where the only race of people on the earth that can give birth to every race of people, every what they call race of people on the earth, is what you see on the screen. This black couple gave birth to this white baby, and this is not a what's the name baby, not a albino. This is not. They checked the baby. The baby does not have albinism. It's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby, and they got a black baby. It's the Yah gene that every nationality people can come from us, did come from the original seed. The original seed. And the original seed gives off all of it from the original black, what you would call a black germ seed, to the brown, to the light, to the reddish, to the yellow, all the way to the opposite end of the spectrum, which is it's the completion. Everything has a completion, which what you would call white. That's why you would have some white people, what they call, we going there tonight, you would have what they call white people, some of them who seem to love the Most High and seek his face. You see it when you see the camps, there's Israelites on the street, when they cursing people out, you have some white people like, okay, I know that you're the people of the book. I receive it. I know Jesus is black. So how can I repent for the sins of my ancestors? And how can I get salvation? And how can I serve the Most High? Please, you're called to lead me so I fall at your feet. And you know, you had some of them Israelites made these little white boys and stuff get on their knees and kiss their feet. Kiss their shoes outside in the dirt. And then after they did that, told them, you can't get into the kingdom. You're going to be my slave. You can't. So which one of those two were evil? See, this is where the trauma and the deceit comes in at. This is why the Mashiach, what they call Jesus, ain't his name, the Messiah, the Mashiach, he said, you know them by their fruit. He said the enemy will come from your own. Don't be looking for flesh and blood. You better be looking for spirit of the person. What rayach are they in? We're called to be the light. If someone, I don't care if his skin was white, his skin was purple, blue, yellow, brown, red, whatever. If he came and said, I receive from the scripture, I receive that your lineage descends, you're the people written about in that Bible, and that the Mashiach had woolly hair and feet as burnished brass, and that you are the remnant of your descendants, and you are the ones who to lead into salvation to get through one of the 12 gates, as the scripture says, and that I am to cleave to you so that you can put me on my path to salvation, and you are to, dispel your light onto me. How can I repent for the sins of my ancestors? You know what I would do? I would give them the instructions of how to repent for their ancestors. Like I need to repent for my ancestors. You see that part, Maya? Yeah, they're going to have to answer for all that at the judgment. And so will you, my so-called Israelite brothers and sisters that identify and you receive that hate for any group of people in the world. Any, and I don't care who it is, any group of people. You receive a hate without knowing them by their fruit. You will be judged for the same measure that you judge. Now, when Mashiach, because they all claim to love Mashiach, Cornelius was a centurion in the Bible. And he was what you call a Roman white man. And he asked Mashiach, could you heal my people? I'm paraphrasing. And he said, you know what? You don't even got to come. I believe in you. I already know because of my belief in you, Mashiach. It's already done. And Mashiach, the Messiah, who they love, talking about those who so-called awakening, This is a white man, a Roman soldier. Mashiach said, whoa. He said, greater faith than you just showed me. I ain't seeing my ancestors, my natural branch. They run around feeling themselves. See, y'all don't really know the Bible. He like, man, I ain't seen faith like yours in all the house of Yasharal right now. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about at the time. You need context. He don't mean forever. All right? Because I got faith like Cornelius had. Abraham had it. You see what I'm saying? So he don't mean he's talking about at that time. What our ancestors was doing, they was feeling themselves like now. It's like him saying it about these Israelites on the street corners. That's what Mashiach was saying. Faith like yours. I ain't seeing all these little dumb, wicked Israelites out there with their Bible cursing people out. Talking about they the people of the book and they the this. Like that sister. She gets on my nerve, melanin wisdom. She just, because she in the camp. I'm like, stop with all this hate, sister. Oh, she keep talking about, we are the people. He didn't choose no other people. We are the people and no other people were chosen. And it's like you puffing yourself up. He who is raised in the earth will be lowered in the kingdom. They don't care what the Bible says. Just constantly raising you up. Got everybody, all these little black people want to awaken, and then you puffing yourself up and feeling, yeah, the people of the book, yeah, because everything was taken. It was taken because our ancestors did the same spirit. Y'all hear me? They had the same spirit. So you're going to repeat the same pattern. But this one will be eternal. This is the problem. The last time they did it, it wasn't eternal. It was still a chance for repentance and salvation, another captivity, this chattel slavery. But in this one now, it's the last go round. You're sending people to eternal damnation. Gets on my nerves. Beautiful black sister too. I'm like, man, it's when you, it's because she's in the camp and she's receiving it, and you know, YouTube's gonna promote her. So it's disgusting. You know, we are the people. We are special and no other people. He only chose us and all that haughty spirit when he calls you to be meek and humble. I'm showing y'all when the Mashiach, the Messiah, was here, did he have that spirit? They wicked. Wicked is as wicked does. And now, the Mashiach said, look for people's fruit. Now, I'm not saying, oh no, you got wicked white, so-called white people, wicked so-called black people, wicked so-called brown people, wicked. You know them by their fruit. You got Karens. Karen is the most disgusting species. I think Karen is the king of the earth of disgustingness, besides just the pure serpent seed, which Karen, I think, is the serpent seed. That's what I think. I think the Karens in the world, I think that's the serpent seed actually masquerading as just a regular white woman. Okay? And because the spirit of it is just so, you got to know them by the fruit. I agree with them. But you also got these TP 2000, these Kiki and Boo Boo or whatever that are black. You also got the Hindus, the hierarchy, the ones. You also got, you know, you got in all nationalities. In Africa, you got the Fulani and them killing the Bantu. It's like it's you know them by their fruit. All right. So, in the thumbnail, there's a Yah gene in the so-called black man and woman that gives off every nationality came from the original Adam and Hayavah, Adam and Eve. Unless you believe in another, you know, you want to believe in Billy Carson and the Anunnaki and all these other planet space rangers flying around in spacecrafts and all this stupid stuff. You want to believe there ain't nothing but the Bible, Nephilim, sleeping with the daughters of men, the fallen angels. He speaks it, but he speaks it in code, right? And these beings of Nephilim sleeping with daughters of men and making all these different species on the earth. That's why in Egypt, Mitzrayim, they got on their hieroglyphs on the walls, they got the Nephilim with the big animal elephant heads and bird heads and this, and they big and tall over the regular people and all this. It's just all written in all ancient manuscripts. I don't care if you read the Hebrew Bible, Sumerian text, Indian Vedas, the Asian text, you see, a Phoenician text, Akkadian, Syrian, it doesn't matter. They all got their stories, all right? Then you have these groups of these hominids, these mixed fallen angels, they mix seeds. That's where you get Neanderthals, Denisovans, and all of that stuff, these hominid beings, a mixture of human and mixture with animals and all type of things, all right? It's all written in scriptures. It ain't even no real high science to break it down. But people are teaching through trauma. So now, I'll come back to that. Let's get started. Tonight, we're going to explain where the white people come from. What they call the white man, the white people. Go ahead, Yashi.
Shabbat Shalom, and everyone. Hakiama's backstage.
All right, thank you. Thank you, son of you. Shalom, Hakiyama. Hold on, so sorry, guys. Thank you, Wayat. It says, Shabbat Shalom to the whole house of Yah on the seventh day that he made for us to keep only, and Shalom and rest from our work. Praise Yah that he sent Ankh to teach us the ways of the Most High so that we may all get back to the garden of righteousness. Praise Yah. Thank you, young King Wayat. Thank you for your donation. All right. And see that right there is what the world will call a young white man. He's young, he's 21 now, I think, or just turned 22. But he came to the house of Yah, and he came damaged, he came confused, he came hated. He was trying to seek the Most High, trying to find his path in his life and his darkness, trying not to fulfill what his parents and his ancestors was doing, trying to find, and everywhere he would go, the camps was just practically pissing on him and telling him, you ain't no salvation for you. You are a serpent, and Yah allowed him to find us. He found other big ministries, and he would write, and nobody would answer him. But Yah, this is about 2 years ago or more. But Yah told me, I was on another big channel, just in the comment, because I was doing something. They had promoted my channel or something. And I wrote in the comment, it's a big channel, it was thousands and thousands of comments. Views, got like 100,000 views on the video, right? And I wrote, it was live, and I wrote in the comment something, right? And then that young brother right there, he wrote, Shalom, Unc. Now, I ain't never met him before. This is years ago. I was in the Awakening a long time. I just been shadow banned. We should be way 500,000 or more than that subscribers, but they just shadow banned. It is what it is. I don't care about that. But in the Awakening, they know who I am because they know my election and the power what I bring. In the word of Yah, I'm consecrated to the Father. Ain't too many like that. So my voice resonates. Now, just because y'all only see 2,000 subscribers, that's all shadow ban. Just understand that. So he was a young white, at that time, he was only like 18 or 19, teenager, trying to find his way, believing that we are the people of the book. And so he reached out and said, Shalom, Unc. And he just said, I don't remember what he said. He just said something general. And my riot was like, answer him. He asked me he asked something. He said he was 18. He asked something. And in the midst of all those chats, he had been asking. And nobody would answer him because these ministries don't care. They all big. They got their numbers. They don't care. And Yah said, answer him. And I answered him in somebody else's chat. And he was like, praise Yah. You answered me. Like he was just happy that I even acknowledged him and spoke to him. It's like, you answered me. I can't believe you answered me. And I said, of course I will answer you. We're all children of the Most High. And then he asked something else. And I said, Shalom, King. Come on. I said something. I don't know what I did. I don't remember verbatim. But I said, hey, I'll answer your other questions. And then he found our channel. And he started tuning in. And he said, would you mind if I can come join the Bible studies on Tuesday? And I said, here's the link, King. And he was a hot mess when he came, full of a lot of stuff. But over the years, the patience, this is what we called to do in the scriptures. I didn't reject him because he had so-called white skin, because he was the so-called white man. I didn't reject him because he was seeking the Father. He said, I believe that y'all are the natural branch, and I believe that the path to salvation, I believe, but nobody receives me. They all telling me I can't get salvation. I'm just, and I said, that's a lie, young king. They're not in truth. That's a lie. And so, just like I do to every other child of the Most High, who the Most High sends, I poured in with patience. And now he's built up to be, you see, years later, he feels so loved and welcomed, and he felt so alienated because his own family doesn't receive what he's doing. How many of us feel so alienated in this awakening because our family don't receive Yah? They don't receive, they think we might be in a cult. They think they want to serve Jesus and God. They think, you know them by their fruit. Everyone will be judged. You will be judged accordingly on everything that you do to everyone. Now, let's get started. So the first clip, I got to see how we're going to walk this down. We're just going to do it. So this first clip, we're going to explain where do the white people come from? Where do white people come from? Right? I gave you a couple of instances on the screen. On the screen, I gave you the fallen angels, what they call aliens, these tall whites. I gave you Neanderthals and the Denisovans. And I gave you a white baby coming from these black parents. So I gave you different instances of where these white people come from, where white people come from. Let's let a white person tell us where white people came from. I think it's no better way than have their own so-called white tell us where white people came from. All right. And then we got something that's pretty funny. I think we're going to enjoy the other part. All right. So let me, go ahead. Go ahead, Akiyama.
You said you wanted to read Mashiana's text.
Oh, yeah. Because that's going in another direction. Y'all gonna forget again. When I get to after this part, she said, I sent you a text just now. When I get to the next part of this, past this part, because this is the thumbnail. Can y'all remind me? I asked that before and everybody forgot. Hakiyama says she gonna remember this time. So when I get past this, because I'm on it now, I don't want that to take us in a whole new direction. We can't do that. So as soon as I get past this, we're gonna start the next stage of this, and then we can address it there. All right. So now Showing, I just sent the text just now. Let me see. I want to make sure. I want to see what my sisters text me. Showing, I don't want to. So, are you going? Okay. She sent the same thing Hakiyama said. All right. So, all right, let's go. Now, stop share. Stop sharing. And now I gotta share this. All right, this is the first clip. We're gonna go here first. So for some of you might have saw this clip. Elder Taj Baliyah asked me a minute ago. You know, he just be sending questions just to Taj be trying to just to poke the bear a little bit. Like that's funny, Taj. The last one you sent me, he said, what so you say of this? That made me laugh. That literally made me laugh out loud. He sent me a clip or something. What so you say of this? I just laughed. I said, Elder's a trip. But he sent me a clip, and the clip, I had it already. And he doesn't know that I literally just had it about 3-4 days earlier. And I had already set it up to bring out. I had already wrote it that I was going to bring it out on this Shabbat study. And he sent me the same clip. And I said, wow, Elder, I'm actually bringing that out on this study. Hold on, I see Yasha backstage. So I said, I'm actually bringing it out on this study. So some of y'all might have seen this clip before, but y'all already know. Y'all ain't seen us break it down. But I got some other stuff that y'all ain't seen before. I got some good stuff coming. All right, so let's go. This is a white woman, a PhD professor. She's going to explain where white people come from. Let's let them explain it as we break it down. Present, share screen, share.
White people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681.
Paul, hold up, little white lady. we got a problem right there, right? Yes, fair use for educational purposes. This is a reaction video. We did not produce these videos. We're replicating them to react to them. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. All right. Now, that little white lady said white people did not exist before 1681. She said, I repeat, something got to be wrong with that statement right there. Hold on. What's she talking about?
White people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681.
That can't be true. Because we know white people, they was the ones, they was in 1500s. They was in, as y'all know from our lesson, Spain and Portugal and England and, well, in England and all that, going to war. They was on the slave coast of West Africa, rounding up our ancestors on the slave ships in the 1500s. What do you mean? They didn't exist until 1680. She must have bumped her head. She must have bumped her head. White people exist before that. So let's see. She had a PhD. Let's see. Dr. Badalara. What's she talking about? What you talking about, lady? Like Willis said. What you talking about, lady?
White people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681. Number two, any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie. Third, And final point. As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy has been embedded in the United States of America from its founding as a matter of law. Now, I don't expect you to buy all that, to get all that, to believe all that, at least not now. But my job is to share with you the legal history that proves each of those three claims that I begin with.
Now, she's saying that what we call white people, before 1681, it didn't exist. All right? And also a classification of what they are calling now these races. So she says this institution of this thing that we call the white man or white people was started in America in 1680. In the 1680s. In America. So it's a brand new institution for these people now that are called white people. Okay.
So let's go. Let's get started. We have to begin this conversation in colonial North America, specifically in the colonies, the British colonies of Maryland and Virginia. Both were British colonies, and both shared a number of particular characteristics. First, their economies were rooted in tobacco farming. If you know much about tobacco farming, it requires tremendous human labor. Lots and lots of workers.
So now, what she's breaking down is the building of America, this land. This ties in to our other teachings on the Spanish Inquisition. All right? And the other teachings from the Dark Ages of Europe and Ireland and the Jacobites, the kings, of Oliver Cromwell. We didn't complete it all. So these are tie-ins. That's why I guess the Most High had me breaking so much history down before we even get to these, because you already have a foundated understanding. So when Oliver Cromwell, when the royals, which was our ancestors, the royals in Europe, in England, and in Scotland, and this is King James who moved the Bible, our ancestry line, King Charles II, the Jacobites, the Yasharalites, that's what Jacob means in Hebrew, the Yasharalites, this lineage, our ancestors. When Oliver Cromwell came, he sent them into slavery into America, as well as the Caribbean. We learn now from the new series we do in the Spanish Inquisition that from Spain and Portugal, that they sent our ancestors into slavery into Africa and then to America and the Caribbean. All right? So now, this America in 1492, when Columbus from Spain, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, when they came over, when they went on an expedition looking for the gold and stuff, our ancestors was already here. They call them natives, and they weren't Mongoloid. The Mongoloid, what you call Native Americans, weren't here then. When Columbus I should have had that picture, those pictures. When Columbus got off those ships, they got pictures of them, and they were stocky, really strong calf muscles and bottom thick legs, and they were black, really dark, with the headdress and all. They were the natives. That's just the Northern Kingdom, but we'll do that another time. But those are the original of this land. You can go, my other lessons, I didn't go into that one, but I touched it on a little bit. I still got to go back, was the Olmec civilization, the Olmecs in these Americas, what you call North and South Americas. The Olmecs had these big heads, these big monument statues that they can't replicate today, of these big black faces with big noses and big lips, unmistakably black. And they take pictures on them. And the Olmecs gave birth to the Mayans and the Aztecs who came after. But the Olmecs, they just say they just disappeared. Ain't nobody disappear. This was the Americas, the original. Okay? So now, when Columbus was coming over here to discover how you discovering something when people are already there, y'all know history. Back in their homeland of Spain, they was torturing the Christian church, the clergy. These Dominicans, these bishops, these clergy, they were torturing the black tribe of Judah, and they were conquering the blackamoors, the Moorish from Ishmaelitish Arabs, but they were black. They were conquering them, and they were enslaving and torturing the blacks from the tribe of Judah in the Bible. And sending them, we broke this down to slavery on the west coast of Africa called the Loango Coast, and to the island of St. Thome, the little island that was taking the children. And oh my goodness, we broke that down. For those, go watch the series. Go watch. It's horrific. And they were sending them and selling them to slavery to the black Africans, the Moors that was there, as well as, so all the other nations was taken apart. So at that same time that the Spanish Inquisition, the Roman Catholic, the Christian church, the Christians was enslaving and killing the blacks to make us serve this God, this Jesus God, this new creation, and this Sunday worship, this Solar Invictus Sun Roman God worship, this Zeus God, this Jesus. They was enslaving and torturing our ancestors to receive this new God that they came up with to death. And as while they were doing that, Columbus came over into this land. And they discovered our ancestors that were already here. It's the Northern Kingdom. They've been traveled. We've been transverse the globe. We was all over. Now, then they started to, they wanted to conquer this land, so they started to enslave our ancestors here and manipulate and take over. That's what they do. They're conqueror. They want to conquer that. But a lot of it. So again, I don't want you just looking at just this so-called, what would they call? They weren't called white. That's white didn't exist yet. This is before 1680. They were called, I guess you can call them Aryan. They were called Aryan as well, right? But they were called literally by the land that they come from. It wasn't a thing from the color of skin where a person was called. It was from the land they came from. So then, because of what was going on in Europe, so at the same time what was going on in Spain and Portugal, in England and Scotland, they were going to war. The Parliament was going to war with the royalties, the kingship that was in England, Scotland, Ireland, Dutch, Welsh, the Jacobites. They're still there. They're all over the streets in Europe and Germany, where they got these black, they just saying they were all Moors. They weren't all Moors. They were the tribe of Judah there. But all these things are happening simultaneously. It's a curse that was written about in the scripture. And it will follow those people of the Bible everywhere they went. So simultaneously, while it was happening in Spain and Portugal, it was happening in Europe as well. And so they were enslaving our ancestors in Europe, and they were sending them, the black, so-called blacks, right? And they were sending them into America, this new land, as servants to serve the land. Now, at the same time, some of them came over freely. They fled Europe and they came over. So if you go the correct history of the United States history, hold on, I need y'all to see me as I break this part down. The correct history of the United States history is there were blacks, so-called, before that were freed men. They were freed. They ended up owning slaves too. All right, we're going to go there. She's going to break some of this stuff down, this lady, right? So what was happening was Europe was called Britain. That's who was the ones who came to conquer this new land in America. Columbus, he was in what you call Hispaniola. They called it San Domingo. Now what you call Haiti and Dominican Republic. So he discovered that was that part. But the British, they started coming and they discovered what you call Florida, the mainland. They poured in and they met the natives, the black that was already here. And they started to establish what you call colonies. This is where you get colonization and where you get the pilgrims and all this manipulated history. But she's going to break it down. I'm just giving you precept so when she break down, y'all have a clearer understanding of what she's talking about. So when they did it, when they established it, this land, there was so much war and they were sending the poor from England and stuff over. They was also sending criminals, but they were sending the poor to fight the natives and to establish the colonies here, colonizing this land that it was somebody's land that they're taking over. Shalom Fatima, Yah. So when it was first being established, the poorer people it wasn't a hierarchy of class for race. There was no white man versus no black man versus no brown man versus no, it was the people who were lower class, meaning they were poor. And it was the colonizers who were sending them. It was a divide from the rich and the poor. And the rich, who were the ones, the parliament from England and Britain, their devices was to keep the poor, to keep them poor. Okay? So now, their devices was to keep the poor and keep them rich, and they were small in number. And so the poor, it was for them to farm the land, and tobacco was the first produce. And they wanted basically glorified servants and slaves. Now they had slaves and they also had indentured servants. But the slaves at that time, it wasn't perpetual. The indentured servitude was a short servitude, maybe 5 to 7 years or something like that. And the slaves, they had a process where they can fulfill their slavery. Because in history, the nations were always enslaving. On Africa and all over the country, slavery was a natural occurrence. Now I think I can let it play. What's going to play out, and then I'll skip through because I'm going to get through something else. What's going to play out is the poor people in this new place called America before the 13 colonies and stuff, they started to band together because the so-called black This before these terms was spoken. The so-called black and the so-called white were together. There was, I know a lot of people ain't gonna like this, but there was intermarriage as well. They didn't see one another as different. They had a common bond where they were both trying to just survive. And they lived together, they worked together. It wasn't a classist system yet. All right. So now let me come back. I just want to set a foundation. All right. Now I'm going to go back a little bit.
Of Maryland and Virginia. Both were British colonies, and both shared a number of particular characteristics. First, their economies were rooted in tobacco farming. If you know much about tobacco farming, it requires tremendous human labor. Lots and lots of workers. So those who owned large plantations, big landholders, constantly needed laborers to do the work to grow the tobacco. In addition to sharing an economic base, both colonies had an incredible gender imbalance, roughly 10 men for every woman. Now,
so now they had 2 colonies established, and it was 10 to 1 men to women. And they needed this labor to do this tobacco farming. So it was Maryland and Virginia, the colonies that was first established when they taken over our ancestors' land, the natives. All right? And they was tobacco farming. So now, 10 to 1 men to women. All right?
let's understand a little bit about the folks who constitute the people in these 2 colonies. Oh, and by the way, let me give you a year. We're in the early 1600s, okay? The early part of the 17th century, colonial North America. England had, for some bizarre reason that today demographers cannot explain, there was a population boom in England in the early 17th century.
I can explain. It's because she doesn't know the history of them sending the slaves. They were sending, first of all, slaves from the Spain and Portugal. Also, our ancestors was fleeing Spain, Portugal during the Spanish Inquisition. Right? Well, they had already fled. Sorry, this is 2 different time frames. Let me take that back. The migration, because it's the 1800s that she's talking about. The migration of the people was exasperous, because after when the 14th, because, well, then again, no, I am still correct. I'm tripping. That lasted all the way into the 1800s. Sorry guys, I'm tripping. I'm just thinking the 1400s when it started. That's when it started in Spain. I forgot it lasted up until the 1800s. Yes, so that I was correct the first time. Pardon me. So there was a fleeing of our people from captivity, and there was during the 1800s, this was the time they was coming out of the Dark Ages. This is when this Parliament, and as we broke down in our study, when they was going after the Jacobites, the kingship. Oliver Cromwell and them was going after our ancestors so they can take over England, Scotland, Ireland, and Welsh and stuff. All right? So this is the time that our ancestors had started to civilize during the Dark Ages. And so now the common people started to be farming, as we read in the other books that we broke down, that they taught farming and agriculture and all of the different philosophies and the sciences. So the common people started to migrate into England, because after they took over our ancestors' lands and kingship, what was rooted there, it was like a populous city of industry now. So that's the population boom, is because of the annihilation of our ancestors and taking over all of their land and their castles and their kingdoms and their industries and their businesses. That's why it was a population boom. So the people were flooding in, because the other lands, guys, the other places outside of England, of Ireland, of Scotland, that's the kingship with King James and them owned. There was right? Our ancestors flourished the land. So the people in the surrounding all over was flooding in there. So it was a flood of people flooded in. And because of the overexpanse of the people, it wasn't enough resources. So it was a lot of servantry going on. A lot of poor people. All right. I'm just going to help her when she don't know.
Colonial North America. England had, for some bizarre reason that today demographers cannot explain, there was a population boom in England in the early 17th century. So there were lots and lots of poor British people who were on the public doles, who couldn't find a way to make a living, who couldn't feed themselves. So the king in England was quite happy to have them sign a contract of indenture to then go work in the British colonies. And that is what happened. Both indentures.
So the king of England, he figured a brilliant plan. Y'all flooding the city. There's not enough jobs here for y'all. We got some jobs. If you sign an indentured contract that you're going to work for us, we'll ship you to our new land, our new colony that we invaded, that we are enslaving. We're killing, he didn't tell that, we're killing the people, right? And you can be hired from us to go to this land to build our new colony in this new land. That's what they're about, expansion, right? That's what it was about. And it's not just them. So don't just look at them and say that's what was happening all through. From the Christians, the Muslims, all of it. They was going around conquering each other's land and killing and plundering, and that's what it was in those days. So now you have a bunch of people becoming indentured servants, signing contracts that they can get sent to this land, and they can work under the monarchy of the king under England. And they would come here. They would come here, and they would be able to provide for themselves. So this is the first. So now on these ships that are bringing them over, you have lords over them. The people who work for the the parliament, the line, the kingship line, they are the rich. They're the ones who own the ships and everything. Everyone else is servants, indentured servants. But then they also got slaves too, from who they caught from our ancestors. So a lot of them that were signing as indentured servants to come over, y'all listen, they were what you would call white-skinned people, but they were poor. But also there was blacks in England who were being poor now, and because they weren't before the revolution and before the parliament versus the nobles, and they were signed as indentured servants too. So it was poor blacks and poor whites coming over under the king of England to this new colony America to work as indentured servants. So y'all getting a proper history lesson tonight now. The proper. Y'all know me, I break it down so a baby can understand. All right? So now, there's poor blacks and poor whites. Now, they were together already in England, working for the jobs, all right? All of that. So now they're coming over together. Okay? But then you also have some slaves. So the indentured ones who signed the contract with the crown, with the parliament, this is the white kings of England after they conquered the blacks, King Charles, King James, and them. Right now, yeah, America is definitely a big old pimp. So now, when they come over, they got a contract with the king from England to serve out. But then you also got slaves that was already slaves there that they just sending over, right? For the rich, the royals, the rich people, I mean, the parliament, the rich people, because the royals was actually our ancestors. Now they took it over. They call them the royalty. But in our lesson with Cromwell and them, it was a parliament versus the royals, and the royals were the blacks, all right? The nobles, the blacks, the stewards, the electors, the Saxons. That's our ancestors, the so-called blacks there in England. Y'all remember the lesson we did. For those who didn't, go to the live and go back. Y'all see on the thumbnail, King James, y'all see, go to I did a whole series on the Jacobites and the kingship line. All right, so now I'm painting a picture for y'all. So you got those who are indentured, blacks and whites, coming over to get their jobs in a new land with a promise that if you work this land, you can establish your own, you can have your own community, you can have your own house, your own land in our new colony in this new land that we discovered, which ain't nothing was discovered, that they are enslaving and taking over, right? Now, at the same time that you got the blacks and the whites coming from England, you also got a group of Negroid slaves that was coming over. Now, their contract was a little bit longer. They can get freed, but it was a longer slavery period. And they were treated a little, it was a little different from the indentured ones, blacks and whites. So it was a little class system, but the slaves were with them too. All right. So now that I broke that down, let's continue.
To make a living who couldn't feed themselves. So the king, for some bizarre reason that today demographers cannot explain, there was a population boom in England in the early 17th century. So there were lots and lots of poor British people who were on the public doles, who couldn't find a way to make a living, who couldn't feed themselves. So the king in England was quite happy to have them sign a contract of indenture to then go work in the British colonies. And that is what happened. Both indentured and enslaved persons, according to historian Edmund Morgan, were sold and traded like cattle. But of course, not all laborers stand equal in terms of their labor agreement or lack thereof. Those who came under a term of indenture worked for a term of years, and presumably this indenture was an agreement that they chose to enter into. The terms of indenture were large.
Now, on here, she says the slavery was for life. That started to be added later. At first, it wasn't that. So that'll come out. I think she'll bring that out later. All right. Later, they switched it to the slavery was for life.
Largely protected by British law. Although the terms that took form in colonial North America were quite different than those that existed in England. For example, in England, indentured servants could marry because that was viewed as the way to produce the next group of workers. In this country, indentured servants were prohibited from marrying, and if women were unfortunate enough to get pregnant during their term of indenture, they added usually about 7 to 9 years onto their term of indenture and 1 year to the father. Slavery, of course, was a status that came with life, work for life. There was neither British law nor international law to prohibit or restrict slavery. What we do know is that at this time period in colonial North America, there were free persons of African descent. We know that landholders freed slaves. They did so in wills. They did so by allowing them to purchase.
You see, that's what I just showed. She said the slavery was for life, and now she just said they freed slaves. So now listen, she said there was free so-called, what she call them, Africans here.
What we do know is that at this time period in colonial North America, there were free persons of African descent. We know that landholders.
And the reason why I'm walking this down, because we're going to get to the creation of white people, why they created it. This is before. So as y'all know, at this time, there is no white people. There's no such thing as white. You know how people like, I'm white, they're white. There's no white, what they call white supremacy, because there's no such thing yet. Why is correct. He said the founding fathers of America were descendants. The Washingtons, Jeffersons, Jacksons were direct descendants of the English nobility and landed gentry as well. Absolutely. And that's who's going to create this white. That's exactly where this white thing is about to come from. They're going to create the white man. They're going to create it. All right. Yes. She don't have the child. Yes. Facts.
Freed slaves. They did so in wills. They did so by allowing them to purchase their own freedom or the freedom of a family member. The vast majority of workers, laborers, in colonial North America at this time were British men, British workers, the vast majority. There were some women, there were some European laborers from Portuguese, Dutch, folks from Ireland and from Scotland are also revealed in the records, but the vast majority were British men. There were small numbers of persons of African descent, and there were even smaller numbers of members of native tribes.
All right, so now what she pointing out here, this was the socio-economic ladder in these colonist United States when they first started. The elite, what Wyatt pointed out, for Jefferson and Washington, these are the nobility from the parliament, all right? Now, they hold all the land. They had all the power, all right? And then they had the laborers, those who did the work in the fields and stuff. So they had British, Europeans is what they were called. They weren't white people. Ain't no white people here yet. You don't see no white or no black. British, Europeans, Africans, those that they knew came from Africa, whether slaves or whatever, and native tribes. See, this is that native tribe. That's a nice little nice little smooth way of not saying who these were. These native tribes were the original, were what was called black Native Americans that Columbus and them saw. They saw when they got here. It's not the Mongoloids. They'll show you some images of the Mongoloids, but this wasn't them. Not yet. All right? So, now.
But in this slide, I'm trying to capture the socioeconomic ladder. And really, that ladder should be about as long as this room. The landholding elite are, in today's parlance, that's the 1%. And the vast majority of folks who were in the colonies were laborers. Again, they were British, other Europeans, Africans, and members of native tribes. Here's what I find folks have the most difficult time with. We tend to really struggle with getting a good picture of social life, the social context at this juncture. We're very good at understanding the social relations that exist later, and we'll talk about those in a moment. But pre-Bacon's Rebellion society.
All right, now what she's talking about, because they talking a bunch of I break it down for a baby. What she's talking about is and I'm gonna get to something a little more interesting in 1 second, because this can get boring right here. So I got something else to show in a second. Now, what she's talking about is what was the social structure, meaning the everyday life of the people during the time. She said people have a hard time understanding that they were all mixed together. They were equally poor, and they were working together. There was no white against black, against this, against that, for the working people, for the lower class. This happened later. And she said before Bacon's Rebellion. Now, to speed this up, there was a rebellion. All right, let's get there. All right, let's start.
Rebellion society is something that we generally in this country struggle to grasp.
So before an uprising by this Bacon, Nathaniel Bacon, we're going to get there in a second, there was an uprising that they put together the poor to go against the rich. And before that, she's saying they were living together harmoniously. All right?
So I'm going to do my best to paint a broad stroke picture of this time period. What we know is that British and African laborers worked, ate, and slept together. Furthermore, the evidence from this period.
So you see the image of this portrait? You see black woman, white man, black man, white woman. You see everybody's mixed together. There wasn't, as what's going to come in a little while, because they were all mixed together, working together. All right?
Which covers.
And I'm not trying to trigger y'all, most people who racist. I'm not trying to trigger y'all. All right?
The first 3/4 of the 17th century, that the anecdotal evidence reveals that they lived under similar conditions and faced the same opportunities and chances to make it once one.
All right, so they did that, because it's going to get too boring. All right, so now it says poor British men constituted the vast majority of the population of Maryland and Virginia. All men free of indenture or enslavement faced the same opportunities in these colonies as a matter of law. All right, let me show this one, because I don't want to bore y'all with this. Because everybody be just see the numbers dropping dramatically. People like, we don't want to see this. We don't want to hear nothing about no doggone. We want to see some interesting stuff about white people. All right, I got y'all. Here we go. Let me do this one first. Let me do, that'll be funny. Should I do the funny one first? All right, let's do this one first, and then I'll do the funny one. Watch this.
Black wasn't a race. Africans came from different nations, like in Ndongo, where Queen Nzinga reigned. Indigenous were the same. Powhatan, Doag, regardless of tribe, melanin didn't determine fate. Skin color didn't make a difference, no matter what hue your flesh was tinted in, cause your complexion wasn't kinship, and pigment was insignificant. It didn't prevent you from certain privileges. This is the story of how skin became color, color became race, and race became power. The creation of the Caucasian, white Aryan. It's the story of how white became American. The census says your race is white, don't believe the hype. 1650, Jamestown. Meet William Berkeley, appointed by King Charles II of England to govern colonial Virginia. He rules with an iron hand and enriches a small cadre of English landowners. They grow tobacco. The sweet leaf is gold. America's first road to riches. Yeah. Hey, to grow the crop, they kidnap and capture men. Engaged in human trafficking and trap the African. And if they can't steal the labor, then they use lies as lures, of false promises as tools to recruit all the poor from Bristol to Liverpool. Little did they know that they were in for something cruel. Jamestown was their destination. When Berkeley looks at his servants, what does he see? Color, of course, but color doesn't mean much to a man of means.
They're heathens, waste, dirty, diseased, lazy animals.
All right, so what this clip is showing is what that lady was talking about. This is the landowners, the wealthy ones. When he's looking out his window, he called them all heathens. This was the lower class, the black, the whites, the natives, all together that was working the tobacco fields back then, right? And he's called them all heathens and all. He's like looking at them and disgusted by them, right?
I would sooner call my hound brother than a servant of any shade.
Under God and by law, he has the right to whip, maim, starve, buy, or sell them at his pleasure. But he fears them. He should. The rich are few, and the poor are many. It's almost impossible to imagine now, but the poor see themselves as one. They have a common bond and a common enemy. Together. Together. Together.
So the poor was together at that time because they were trying to survive. And the rich ones, he said, I don't care about the shade of their skin. I'd rather have my dog or something. Right? And he said the poor were together at this time.
Together. Together. The Africans and English worked together. They labored and lived, prayed and made a life together. Stole, escaped, hold and wait together. They got lashed and went to jail together. Worked hard and catch hell together. It wasn't
So when you hear the stories that they were at the beginning some white indentured and some white slaves, that was true for a time. This is before Bacon's Rebellion. I know this part is important because my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, right? And if you don't know your true history, it can repeat itself, right? If you don't know history, it's able to repeat itself. So you want to be able to decipher through all of the lies, okay? And we need to know how this institution was created and who and why. And this is it.
criminal for them to love together. Got married and had kids together. The colony was filled with different shades together. Mahogany, tan, olive, and beige together.
Now, I ain't telling y'all to mix. I'm not doing that. I'm just telling the history of where the white man came from, where this term came from. I'm not telling nobody to mix together and all that type of stuff. I'm just showing this clip. I didn't make this right here. Ain't me rapping. This ain't my video. For copyright disclaimers in effect, I didn't create this video. We just doing a reaction to it.
Molasses, dark chocolatey flavors together. Peach, bronze, amber, and brown. But very soon life would change up in Jamestown. There's no lifetime slavery yet. The indentured Europeans and Africans can still buy their freedom. Released from bondage.
See, that's what I was pointing out. At first, there was no lifetime slavery. It was like they could have still bought their freedom at the beginning. All right. Now, I don't know if this is the if this the true numbers. I ain't never seen our numbers this low. I'm like, they manipulating it. I already know that. They don't like me teaching this, so they straight manipulating this right here. So it's horrible, but it is what it is, right? I don't care if it go down to 1, because there's more of us in the ministry than right here. I'm like, dang, bro, they definitely manipulating this number right here. All right, listen.
They'd set out in search of land. For these new frontiersmen, freedom is a rotten promise. The rich own all the good soil, and the indigenous tribes desperately grasp for the rest, fighting for every acre they have left. The frontiersmen seethe with each new tax.
So he said the rich own all the soil, and the natives are trying to grasp for anything of their land that they can keep, that they have left. So I'm gonna read through what he's talking about. So now remember, you got the Europeans that was black and white that came from Europe as indentured servitudes, and then you got some of the Africans that was sent from slavery here, and then you got also the native originals that are still there, right? So now what's going to happen is the poor from Europe, the black and the white, they're going to get together to go against the rich. But at the same time, they're going to attack. Yes, I see it, Sister Roberta. Now they're trying to come back. She said the number of views has been tweaked tonight for sure. I have to keep logging back in, and I noticed that lower number as well. Yeah, they keep. I knew they was going to attack it.
Each death, each rich man that grows richer, each poor man that grows poor, until they can't take it anymore. 1676, time to take matters into their own hands. They cast one Nathaniel Bacon as leader, the son of an aristocrat who came to the frontier after squandering his inheritance.
All right.
Under Bacon.
So this dude Bacon, it's called this Bacon Rebellion, right? Some of you might have heard of that in history class. He was the son of an aristocrat over in England, right? He's from actually the higher class, but his dad squandered his inheritance. So he's over here like he's one of the people, but he's not really one of the people, right? But they're looking for a leader. So he roused them up. I know, it just jumped up. I know. He roused them up because they're going to definitely keep playing with the numbers. He roused them up, guys, and like, we can go against this is a serpent. Listen, guys, in your midst, that's going to make you agree to something that's going to come back to hurt you later. Okay? So this Nathaniel Bacon acted like he was one of them, but he's not really one of them because he's the son of an aristocrat. Yeah, to stir the pot. He's the son of an aristocrat. His dad just squandered his inheritance. So if he can get his inheritance back, he would leave all of them with the poor and be like, I ain't one of you. But this is used to stir the pot. So he stirred them up and told them, listen, guys, let's go attack the rich, right? The powers that be, the landowners. But they not only attacked them, they went and they attacked the natives, the original. I'm going to point out that the blacks, the so-called blacks, there's things that the so-called black people can do and can't do just from their bloodline, that if they partake in certain things, this says it in the Bible, the curse is going to come after them. Things are going to happen. They're going to be held accountable. All right? Now watch this.
They band together to take land from the tribes and power from Berkeley. Together.
So this Bacon dude got the poors to band together to take the land from the tribes. Listen, they weren't against. Now before, when I showed y'all earlier, it was the Africans, it was the tribes, the natives, and the poor Europeans together. Now this Bacon dude, this is Bacon's rebellion. This is the start of the white man. This is what y'all gonna understand. This is 1680. This is where it starts. He stirred them all up to be against. They were against the rich landowners who was keeping them poor, but he made them go against the natives too. And they started, and they took, like the natives didn't have enough, that was their land, And the aristocrats, the rich ones came, and now he stirred them up, and they took the natives' land too and killed them. Listen, watch this.
They cast one Nathaniel Bacon as leader, the son of an aristocrat who came to the frontier after squandering his inheritance. Under Bacon, they band together to take land from the tribes and power from Berkeley. Together. Get your guns, get your knives. First target is the tribes. Kill the men, women, and the children.
Y'all see that? Say, get your guns, get your knives. The first target is the tribes. Look at the image. So do you see already the sin right there? The darkness. So this Bacon dude stirred them up against the aristocrats, the powers. They just wanted more rights, but he poured into them to go after the tribes first. And it said, kill the women and the children. This is American history they don't tell you about. Now this Berkeley dude, he was the main dude that was running all, the main one that was running all of the laborers, or the main one. So they were supposed to go after him to try to get him to shout out to Lenesia, to try to get them to give more to the poor. But this Bacon dude stirred them up.
Get your guns, get your knives. First target is the tribes. Kill the men, women, and the children. 100 men turned into 1,000. A posse-turned guerrilla army is astounding. Ndongo, English, Angolan, Irish fought together to abolish all the tyrants.
This is history they won't tell you about. So I found a video that was easier. I should have just did this first because the lady is boring. I sound like I've been bored y'all to death. I'm like, I should just started with this and broke this down because her thing is so boring, right? But it's the same story, all right? This one's just told so much better. Now listen what he said. He said 100 men turned to 1,000, okay? 100 turned to 1,000 of the poor. Now look at what he said.
Guerrilla army is astounding. Ndongo, English,
Ndongo, the African of the people of the colony, the English of the colony,
Angolan, Irish,
Angola, another part of Africa, the Irish, that's another, the English, that's Europe.
Together to abolish all the tyrants and the snakes, ready to mount the heads on stakes.
They fought together to abolish. Yes, it does sound like Bacon was the serpent. Facts, sent. Now, Sister Roberta said the Bible is against making pacts to go in and cause insurrection and such. I think it's Proverbs 6, things that Yah hates. And the seventh is an abomination, he who draws discord versus brother. Yes, that's why I'm about to show y'all that there's some things that's going to happen to our ancestors, but y'all didn't know what they did.
Of these rich men, of these false men, corrupt men, light the torches. It's on stakes. Fought together to abolish. 100 men turned into 1,000. A posse-turned guerrilla army is astounding. Ndongo, English, Angolan, Irish fought together to abolish all the tyrants and the snakes, ready to mount the heads on stakes. Enough of these rich men, of these false men, corrupt men, light the torches and set Jamestown ablaze. Let it burn, let it burn. Jamestown put the ashes in an urn. 100 years before the revolution, Africans and Europeans were in union. Let it burn, let it burn. The British never wanted us to earn. So bring the fire to the upper classes. We can make a better future from the ashes.
See? So the Africans and the Europeans, the poor, they were together on one accord to go after the aristocrats. And they burned down Jamestown, Virginia. This is Bacon's Rebellion. Go in your history books, you can see it, but they don't tell you this history. This is the making of the white man. Taj, I know you're enjoying this. I should have just started with this. I don't know why I started with the boring white lady, Elder Taj. I'm like, this is going to be too boring for the children. I'm like, I got something for them. All right, this is okay right here. This is more of the speed. That I was like, all right, this is Unc right here, right? This is my speed right here. I'm trying to break her down. She just as boring as she want to be. But the truth is in there. Now, they were in union, yes, Wyatt, in darkness, but for a good cause. Now remember, the Bible speaks out against this. You can be doing something for a good cause, but doing it evil. You can't do an evil deed for a good outcome, for a royal cause. You can't kill and murder. Now they could have marched, they could have, burned down, they could have did whatever it is they need to do for the plantations that the people were using to abuse them and to create something anew, but you can't harm and kill. And they started with the natives. They turned on them. Now listen, the natives was with them, trying to keep some of their land that they got. And this Bacon stirred them up, and they killed men, women, and children of the natives. The blacks and the Europeans together of the poor. Then they marched and burned down Jamestown, Virginia for the aristocrats. And they're killing, all right? This is the start. All right.
So bring the fire to the upper classes. We can make a better future from the ashes. Berkeley watches Jamestown burn, and he burns with vengeance.
The waste must be cleansed from God's green earth.
Behind a British gunship, retribution.
So then, with this rebellion, they gave note to Britain, send the ships. We got a rebellion. We got a revolution. It's called Bacon's Rebellion. And then the Britons came with the guns and established order again, shut down the rebellion.
Berkeley hangs 20 and scatters the rest into the wilderness.
So he hanged 20 of them, blacks and whites together, and the rest flee into the jungles, into the wilderness. All right?
The rich of Jamestown know it could have been their own necks hanging from the end of a poor man's noose. To survive as rich men, as powerful men, they vow never to let the poor rise up again as one.
So now, here come the master plan. We got to stop this rebellion from these poor. We can't allow them to unify again. We have to cause division amongst the poor. We have to create a way to separate them from one another. So next time they'll be successful, lest next time they be successful of taking us over.
But how? What scheme? What deception? In 1681, white will appear in a legal document for the first time in history when Virginia bans Africans from marrying.
Here we go. Now this, thinking of a master plan. This is the start of the white man. Now let me go back. Hold on, video. Let me go back because now she does a great job in here. Now watch this. Let me go up to where because all that's boring. Let me get to the rebellion. There we go. The seeds of rebellion. Y'all just learned about Bacon's Rebellion. Readily available labor pool of poor of the British ended. European bond laborers faced longer terms and harsher treatment. larger increases in the number of the enslaved Africans started to come in. So this is the poor that was there in as the labor, the workforce. They started to send in larger increases of slave ships from Africa was coming in. Those who was working, they gave them harsher treatment, and they gave them longer terms for their bondage. Tobacco prices dropped and they raised taxes. So now they were becoming poorer and poorer. And land and other opportunities for servants after their term of service became more and more limited. So the rich were squeezing, making them poorer and poorer. And then y'all just learned about rebellion, Jacob's rebellion. All right, the United Labor Force. So lessons from Jacob's rebellion was a united labor force equals a threat to the form of capitalism taking hold within this American colony. So this is what the makers, the colonists, the hierarchy, they said that if the labor force, those working in the fields, if they unite, it's a threat to our money. It's a threat to our hold on the colony. And they said Virginia lawmakers wrote a letter to legal oversight authority in England. So remember, these are the English colonists. They still report to the king and queen in England. So they wrote a letter for legal oversight for the authority in England, indicating they intend to use a divide and conquer strategy in order to prevent another rebellion. Okay. Now, right here, after Bacon's Rebellion, is where we see this term white come into existence. Before then, there was no white people. This is the birth of the white man, the white people. All right, let me see what she says.
Without having made a significant impression upon those who wielded authority and were threatened by this rebellion. Remember, this rebellion lasted over a year, and records from lawmakers in Virginia to the Legal Oversight Authority in England revealed that over 30% of the population were in support of the rebellion. Here were the lessons from Bacon's Rebellion. A united labor force is a threat to the London, a new label for a group of people. Meaning that they intended to pursue a divide and conquer strategy in order to prevent future rebellion. It's only after Bacon's Rebellion that we see the emergence of white people as a group of humanity. Let's think about this for a minute. 1681, some lawmakers invent a new label for a group of people. Imagine, if you will, just for a second, for fun here, that I'm a lawmaker, and I just pass a law claiming that 3/4 of you in this room are crunchies. Okay? So 3/4 of you are crunchies, and the other quarter of you are not. Who gives a damn? Who would care? Some silly lawmaker came up with a label for you. It's really unlikely that it would mean much. But let's say I follow it with this. Those who are crunchies, you can pay no more than $25 a night for that hotel. No more. Those who are crunchies are the first to come into any room at this conference.
But now what she's doing, she's saying, imagine they made up, they just made up something and says, we're going to call you plastic. We're going to make up a race of people called plastic. We're just going to call you plastic. And for those, you're plastic, and you get free money, free healthcare, free jobs. You get the top, and everybody else get the bottom, right? They created this white thing, and we're going to show it in a second. But before we show the creation of white people, let's have a good laugh for a second. This ain't meant to offend anybody. We're just gonna have a good laugh at this clip right here. Y'all know, Unc, I ain't wanna make no boring lesson. All right. This is the fruit of this creation of this race of people called white. They were never called white. This and from it a culture was created, what we call now the white people. Now this clip is not our clip for educational purposes. Copyright disclaimer. These are white people making the clip about themselves. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Martin Mull. Thank you. Please sit down. It's my pleasure to be your host tonight on our journey into whiteness. Excuse me, what's the first thing you think of when you think of white people?
Well, it's kind of an average feeling.
Mayonnaise. Wonder Bread.
Oh, love.
Standard meat and potatoes. Odori dekinai.
So, as you can see, they are a stable and predictable people. Enough said. Now the big question, how do you spot a white family? Let's nose around a little bit and see if we can't dig one up, shall we? Our county-wide search brought us to this man, Hal Harrison. He was fully insured and after a little coaxing, got pretty used to our cameras. His wife of 18 years, Joyce Harrison, a natural blonde and a whiz at cards. The Harrisons have 2 children, burgeoning 17-year-old Debbie Harrison and little brother, 11-year-old Tommy Harrison, a good eater. We thought the Harrisons were perfect for our studies because they were so darned white. Not all white people are the same, don't get me wrong, but they all have a few things in common that make them inescapably white. Or how about the Lawn Boy brand lawnmower? Ride 'em style. And over here, the high school summer job variety of Lawn Boy. Hi, Ralphie.
I'm saving up for college, Mr. Mull.
Well, bless your heart. As you can see, all whites love a good lawn. They're a friendly people with a deep trust of their fellow man. Look at this. Gone shopping, back in 4 hours. Door open, beer in fridge next to peanut butter, the Harrisons. Now that's trust. So, let's go in. Now, what makes this living room white? Well, let's take a look around. First of all, there's...
He said, what makes this living room white? Let's take a look around. All right, listen.
Nothing here from Europe. Nothing religious.
He says nothing here from Europe. You know, they like to have like African figurines and Asian figurines and stuff. All right, hold on. This thing is pretty funny.
First of all, there's nothing here from Europe. Nothing religious. Nothing manufactured before Eisenhower took office. There are no bargains here. This stuff is not cheap. It was all purchased at full retail value from a reputable brand-named outlet. No finagling, no family connections, full price. That's the white person's way.
Hold on. He said no bargains here. Everything was paid full price. No haggling, no finagling, no trying to get the cheapest price. He said, that's the white person's way. This thing is so hilarious. And it made me laugh because I'm like, y'all know black people. And he said, everything's full price. And then, that part is hilarious because I'm like, you don't doggone well. You go in the black house or so-called black. It's like, yeah, I got this. We proud of our discount. Boy, I got that for... They wanted $99.99. I got it for $39.99. We proud of that stuff. He said everything's full price. He says the white person's way. That's hilarious.
This stuff is not cheap.
He says stuff is not cheap.
At full retail.
Everything's not. Hold up, everything's purchased at full retail price. That thing is so funny right there. Oh, that's hilarious. All right.
Nothing manufactured before Eisenhower took office. There are no bargains here. This stuff is not cheap. It was all purchased at full retail value from a reputable brand-named outlet. No finagling, no family connections, full price. That's the white person's way. Oh, here it is.
Hold on, Wyatt. Let me explain. He's not talking about poor whites, Wyatt. He ain't talking about those from the trailer park and those. He's talking about average white American that's doing well. Okay, so he's talking about though they're not looking for bargain hunters and all that. So this just don't take it so literal. It's not literal. It's just he said this stuff is not cheap. So all right, so just enjoy the laugh. You know, we're not, you know, it's just comedy skit. All right.
Reputable brand named outlet. No finagling. No family connections. Full price. That's the white person's way. Oh, here it is. The Leatherette Television Guide Protector. And over it, the clear plastic Television Guide Protector.
Okay. Today, class, we are going to be discussing heritage. Heritage, where we all came from. Who would like to tell us about heritage first? Jamal.
Well, according to my father, the earliest information we have about our family tree traces us back to pre-slavery Ghana on the west coast of Africa, where my forefathers lorded over thousands of acres of fertile farmland, developing farming techniques which are still in use today.
Very good, very good. Can you tell us about your forefathers, Yehudi?
Since I'm sure we're all familiar with the Old Testament, I'll spare you the details and jump ahead. After my grandfather left Eastern Europe in 1903, we landed on Ellis.
Now this is the funny part. Y'all see his name is Yehudi. Y'all know who the tribe of Judah are, right? Ya'ada. And he said, but listen what he said. He said, spare the Old Testament, right? Because this is the convert. He's trying to say he is the letter J, the letter E, the letter W, right? So you see he got the little thing on his head. But look, it says Dinosaur High School, I know, right? But look what he said. He said, hold on. It's literally like they told on themselves in here. Watch this.
The Old Testament. I'll spare you the details and jump ahead. After my grandfather left Eastern Europe in 1903, we landed.
After he left Eastern Europe, right? But then again, yeah. So you left, but his name was Yehudi. That's the funniest thing in the world. So that's tribe of Judah, right? All right. So this, you know, it's stereotypes. So it's all stereotypical, but it's actually pretty funny. All right, let's go.
Can you tell us about your forefathers, Yehudi?
Since I'm sure we're all familiar with the Old Testament, I'll spare you the details and jump ahead. After my grandfather left Eastern Europe in 1903, we landed on Ellis Island, and through generations of such sacrifice, I can't tell you, ultimately succeeded in the field of children's ready-to-wear and flexible packaging.
Thank you, Yehudi. That was lovely. Tommy. What about your heritage?
First we lived on Maple Street, and then we moved on over to Elm Street, where I finally got my own room. Is that enough?
Yes, that's just fine. Well, I hope you keep that room spanky shiny clean.
Are you kidding? My mom does that.
Oh, good. And that's just what she should do, right, class? Okay, who's next? Consuelo.
We don't exactly know where white people are from, but we do know where they are now. By and large, they live here, at least our norm does. And though they live here in the suburbs, they tend to work and bank downtown. But they don't work all the time. At least 2 weeks a year, they go on a vacation here, here, and here. They tend to die here, and are often buried here. Unfortunately, dead white people can't tell us very much. An approximate guess as to height and weight, and perhaps a hint as to the origins of bowling. That's about all. We need to talk to living white people to get the big answers, and that's exactly what the doctors and scientists do here at the Institute for White Studies in downtown Zanesville, Ohio.
The Institute was established in 1956 under a generous grant from J.C. Penney and the Tasty Freeze Corporation.
If a white person has done it, whatever it is, we find out about it and have a file on it. If they haven't done it, we try to find out why. And then we file it.
Now, our research shows that these are the 5 most popular white meals. You have your macaroni and cheese, your grilled cheese sandwich, plain cheese sandwich, tuna noodle casserole with potato chip topping, Now, you can do this homemade, or Stouffer's has a dandy one in case you're pressed for time. And then for a dry snack, we have your portable and affordable Cheez-Its.
That was funny. Everything was cheese. Grilled cheese, macaroni and cheese. He said, oh, that was funny. He said they got a foul on it. I know, right? That was funny, too. He said, if not, we got a foul on it. All right, hold on.
One in case you're pressed for time. And then for a dry snack, we have your portable and affordable Cheez-Its.
Our mission to lay to rest and try to disprove the stereotypical image of the white person as
Boring? I guess you'd have to say boring, huh, Charles?
Yes, I've heard that.
By now, I hope you've come to realize, as I have, that the white person is a truly fascinating individual. But as they say, no man is an island. Hawaii is an island. Manhattan, Capri, Treasure, Fantasy, these are all islands, a small body of land completely surrounded by water. The point I'm trying to make is that the white man, like all men, is a social animal. White people thrive in groups, from the PTA and the DMLA to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But nowhere is the beauty of white people acting in concert more profound, more fundamental, and yes, I'll say it, more heartwarming than the basic family unit. Good old mom and dad and 2 children enjoying some private quality time.
Food to fix for us, this butterball turkey, the stovetop stuffing, the, what is that, dear Squash?
I don't know why it's messing with my thing. He's speaking to God, so he's praying over the food. So he said, Father God, may you bless this. And it's, I don't know why it's tripping up. All right.
Food to fix for us, this butterball turkey, the stovetop stuffing, the, what is that, dear Squash?
Oh, no, honey, that's Del Monte mixed vegetables.
Spanish style.
All right.
New. What about the Jell-O? Honey, I didn't know you wanted Jell-O. If you'd have just told me, I would have made some for you.
Can we continue, please? Father, we also thank thee for this wonderful house and all we own and all we plan to own.
What about the car?
That is included, Tommy.
You know, just because I didn't like Jello last week doesn't mean I don't like it now.
Honey, can we talk about this later? Your father's praying for
And
us.
I would like to get it over with, too, Debbie.
Because we're all starving.
That's right. Father, we, and of course, when I say we, I'm referring to all 4 of us. I'm Hal Harrison.
I'm Joyce Harrison.
Debbie Harrison. Tom Harrison here.
So, Father, we thank thee for just being you, or thou. And we're saying, keep up the good work, and we'll see you come Christmas. Jesus, I hope so anyway, right, gang?
Honey, did you want to mention, you know, your mother?
No, dear, we're here to give thanks.
Hold up, did he just say we'll see you come Christmas? Like, we won't speak to you again until Christmas. That is, this stuff is actually really funny. I'm like, it is so funny. He said we'll see you come Christmas. Like, all right, hold on. But the funny thing when they all say their name, he said, I'm Barbara Harris. And it's so funny because it's like you're supposed to have a relationship with the father, right? They know he don't know them. They like, we only see you on the holidays. So we know you don't know us. Now this is a typical comedy, and it's like them doing it themselves. So it's not us being, it's just, it's actually pretty funny. All right, let me let's continue.
The stovetop stuffing, the what is that, dear Squash?
Oh, no, honey, that's Del Monte mixed vegetables.
Spanish style.
All right.
New. What about the Jell-O? Honey, I didn't know you wanted Jell-O. If you'd have just told me, I would have made some for you.
Can we continue, please? Father, we also thank thee for this wonderful house and all we own and all we plan to own.
What about the car?
That is included, Tommy.
You know, just because I didn't like Jello last week doesn't mean I don't like it now.
Honey, can we talk about this later? Your father's praying for
And
us.
I would like to get it over with, too, Debbie.
Because we're all starving.
That's right. Father, we, and of course, when I say we, I'm referring to all 4 of us. I'm Hal Harrison.
I'm Joyce Harrison.
Debbie Harrison. Tom Harrison here.
So, Father, we thank thee for just being you, or thou. And we're saying, keep up the good work, and we'll see you come Christmas. Jesus, I hope so anyway, right, gang?
Honey, did you want to mention, you know, your mother?
No, dear, we're here to give thanks, not to question shortcomings and frailties. Is that it? All right, everyone, all together. Good food, good meat, good God, let's eat.
Amen.
Next time on the history of white people in America, Part 2, a closer look, including white mating rituals.
Go ahead and ask them. What are they going to do, ground you?
Mom? Is it okay if Jeff and I go up to my room to work on our book reports?
Ask your father.
Dad?
Ask your mother.
I'm worried my mom's gonna hear us.
Just put a pillow over your face, like last time.
And
However, Tommy has obviously been learning about life from sources other than Mom, Dad, and Mr. Rogers. And he's paying the price that many of today's white children pay, a whopping identity crisis. It's time for professional help.
What the hell is this?
Tommy's in good hands now. Like thousands of confused white children, he's been brought here to the Institute for White Studies in the heart of Zanesville, Ohio.
the deprogramming wing of the Institute for White Studies was established in 1957 under a generous grant from the Kraft Corporation, Miracle Whip Division. Here's how it works. First of all, a mixed-up child is bathed thoroughly, dressed in acceptable...
Is they making mayonnaise? Is that mayonnaise? Oh, this thing is crazy. I'm like, oh my goodness, that part I be laughing. He was definitely, and because this is in the 80s, guys, so that's that, with the way they dressed and the way it looks so funny, because that's the way they used to look in the 80s. Oh my goodness.
Miracle Whip Division.
Oh, Miracle Whip, yo. Ha! That's definitely mayonnaise, and they made Miracle Whip. All right, hold on.
Thousands of confused white children. He's been brought here to the Institute for...
Oh, so now he sent his son, who was confused from the hip hop. He sent them to the Institute for White People. Okay.
hell is this? Tommy's in good hands now. Like thousands of confused white children, he's been brought here to the Institute for White Studies in the heart of Zanesville, Ohio.
The deprogramming wing of the Institute for White Studies was established in 1957 under a generous grant from the Kraft Corporation, Miracle Whip Division. Here's how it works. First of all, a mixed-up child is bathed thoroughly, dressed in acceptable clothing, and then goes through an intensive therapy session to regain his lost sense of self-identity and self-worth.
Tom, what do most people put in coffee?
A donut?
Tommy, what would you rather be? An astronaut or a bass player in a reggae band?
What's reggae?
Excellent. I think we're making some headway.
How many Osmonds are there, Tom?
Tom,
8.
name them.
Donnie, Marie, Jimmy. Is there a Julio?
Julio.
Julio.
You never had a Julio.
Now, you be a good little soldier, Tom. Bless your heart. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Harrison.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have our son back in just
So for the youth, the Osmonds back in the days were like, it's like saying who NSYNC or the Backstreet Boys. I don't even know. I can't think of a white group now that y'all would know. So it's like name all the Backstreet Boys or name all NSYNC. So back then saying name all the Osmonds, they was on TV, the Osmond Show and stuff, right? So that's what that was. All right. So hold on.
Is there a Julio?
Julio.
Julio.
You never had a Julio.
Now, you be a good little soldier, Tom. Bless your heart. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Harrison.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have our son back in just a few short weeks.
Great. Meanwhile, it's cost us an arm and a leg.
Honey?
And we're still going to miss the breakfast.
He's talking about the father-son Kiwanis pancake breakfast. He's one of the sponsors.
I'm a sponsor, for Christ's sake.
The Hawkins Falls Greater Regional Annual Kiwanis Club Father-Son Pancake Breakfast is, in a word, but one of many of thousands of such get-togethers that occur daily throughout white America.
All right, so I'll stop the clip right there. All right, that was just a little jokey joke, just to lighten it up, for so it don't be no boring stuff. Yes, so the Osmonds were the Jacksons. So remember in the during the time when they took over like rock and roll and the music, like so we had the Jackson Fives, so they made a white version of the Jackson Fives, and it was the Osmonds, and it was singing. They gave them a TV show and everything. So that's what that was. That's why, like, name all the Osmonds. It would have been funny if he would have said Michael, Marlon, Tito, Jermaine. That would have been really funny. He'd have had him do that. All right. So I just wanted to put a little laughter, a little jokey joke. I ain't want it to be boring teaching this type of history. All right. So all right. So and then I'm gonna touch this little part, and then we're gonna move on. So this part, I just want to show the part where they created it. They created the term white people.
Enslavement or free from indenture. That's about to change. A slew of laws were passed in the decades after Bacon's Rebellion and continued to get passed into the first quarter of the next century. The first slew of laws included the prohibition of free blacks from holding public office, the prohibition of blacks and native tribal members from marrying whites, the requirement that whites, upon completion of their terms of service, be paid goods, including guns and gunpowder, a prohibition of free blacks possessing a weapon. We're going to come back to that. The prohibition of blacks testifying against whites. These laws began to give different meaning.
Now, this is the creation of white supremacy, of separating, because before that, they were together as poor. All right? So now, it says those blacks who were free, now they did a divide and conquer after Bacon's Rebellion. And they're like, we got to create a master plan, as Sister Roberta said, and keep them from uniting under the banner of being equal and poor. We need to create a hierarchy. All right? And so they created it, and they called it white. They created a term. This is when white people was created, the term white people. All right? It says free blacks were prohibited from holding public office. Now they separate them. Blacks and native tribes prohibited from marrying the whites because they used to be all together. Everything was together. Now, when Bacon came, he turned the African blacks and the European whites who were with the native blacks, because that's who the native tribes were, against them first. And they slaughtered them, and then they went after the landowners. So now they're separating. They won't allow, they said, we're not going to allow this to happen again. We need a master plan. And this is the creation of the race of the white, of the separating of the white man. This was the creation of it. So whites were required to be paid goods. So for the white people working for the labor, they were required to be paid goods, including guns and gunpowder. Now, this is a straight master plan, because we're going to separate you guys, and we're going to take this one set, and we're going to make you over time think that you are better. But we also going to give you money, goods. We're going to pay you more, and then we're going to give you guns and gunpowder. So you're going to have more power over. And then the free blacks were prohibited from possessing weapons. So the poor whites, when they were together and equal, they worked together and they were together. Now they're going to allow them to hold public office. So that means they can get better jobs, right? But the blacks, they won't be able to hold public office. So they're going to be paid less. Thus instituting another class of I got more money than you. And where we used to be the same, now I can get a better house. I don't got to live in a shack like you did. All right? Then they required the whites to be paid goods. They required them to get resources and guns and gunpowder, weaponry, while making the blacks they can't have no weapons. So now, not only am I equipping you financially and now giving you a status, I'm also giving you power because you have something to protect your family with. And for those who want to wield that power, so then also they made laws after Bacon's Rebellion that the so-called blacks were prohibited from testifying against whites. So now if something happens, y'all get into an altercation, not only can't you defend yourself because you ain't got no weapons and you ain't got no gunpowder, now you can't even testify in court. All right? So now this is the divide and conquer plan.
These laws began to give different meaning to these labels that prior to this moment just referenced where your nation of origin was. Not anymore. I want to return quickly to the law that prohibited free blacks from possessing a weapon. What this law did was essentially strip free black men of their ability to hold patriarchal power. Because look, under the law of coverture, here's how things worked. Men were in control, controlled women, their spouse, controlled their children, and had legal authority to do so, including severe beatings, all financial assets and land. The man had the control. But the exchange was that in exchange for that authority, he protects. That's the trade-off for patriarchal power. Strip.
Well, that's actually patriarchal authority in the scripture. The man is supposed to be the head. Now, he ain't supposed to abuse it. She's correct. The man under the Most High has been given the right from Adam and Eve. They did that because at first, before Adam and Eve sinned, before Eve instituted this thing first, that's why he said you have to submit to him. Because at first there was equality, which most would people be wanting, right? Especially the feminists and stuff, right? There was in the first estate. But after Eve hearkened to the voice of the serpent and then coaxed her husband and he hearkened to the voice of her, that's Bible. The Most High said, because of it, you will submit to him. And now you'll have to desire him and all that. So under the true patriarchal order, now we know this world, the second world, Hasatan wants everything matriarchal, but that's against the Most High. When it's done according to the Most High and in order, it covers the women and children in the household. She's correct. So under the patriarchal order, she said of that day, it was the man was the head, right? And he had the power of this and all of this. And in return, he would protect his family, provide for his family and all of it. Now, he's not supposed to beat on her and abuse and all that. That's outside of the order of the Most High. Okay? So now, of course, they abused it, right? Because they're not serving the Most High anyway. So, of course, the men was getting drunk and beating the woman and just abusing the authority. But that's not how the Most High created it. That's not how it was from the Bible. So now what she's pointing out was all these men, now these are them colonizing America. These are the first colonizers when they build in this country called America. This is when the white man, this white title in 1680 got instituted right here. She's saying at that time, the men were patriarchal. So now once these new laws after Bacon's Rebellion, when they doing a divide and conquer, when they creating a white race now, separating them from the poor when they were all together, it stripped the black man from protecting and providing for his family. While still the white men, they could get the positions, right? To grow and advance in positions and jobs, and they had gunpowder, like they could still, but the black man lost his ability to testify and to hold these positions and to have weaponry. He can't protect his own. It's a stripping. She's correct. All right.
He protects. That's the trade-off for patriarchal power. Stripped, made impossible by virtue of this law. And then let's look at this law that prohibited blacks from testifying against whites. We will see that throughout U.S. history. Mexicans prohibited from testifying against whites, Chinese prohibited from testifying against whites, and then it just becomes mongrels, the label, to include persons of Japanese descent and the like. So that's a law that we see throughout U.S. history. When you look at these laws, what's the message to white people? Each one of these laws has a message to this new group of people called white folks on the one hand, and a message to those who it denies or restricts on the other. Each one of them. This package of laws, first passed after Bacon's Rebellion, did something extraordinary. Let's imagine that that light up there represents the landholding elite, the 1%. And this represents the socioeconomic ladder in the colony, okay? And so this hand over here represents this new group of laborers called white ones. And this hand over here represents laborers of African descent and members of native tribes. Before Bacon's Rebellion and through it, these laborers had the same lives, faced the same opportunities, and that changed. But when you look at these laws that passed that created this change, it divided these, created different meaning for this group versus this group, but it didn't do a whole lot to lift the economic status of white people closer to that of the white elites. Very little movement up. What it did do was it plummeted the bottom, created a new bottom to colonial society, and shoved persons of African descent and members of native tribes there. So
that is a brilliant, dark plan. So they created this entity called white, right? But gave them a little more money, a little better job, gunpowder and stuff, when they were all equal and they were together. All of that classism, race, it wasn't there. They were together, unified. Now they raised the socioeconomic status of this new people that they named. They made this stuff up white, but it didn't excel them up to the higher class with them, the elite. It made them just above everyone else. But what they did was open the bottom floor to drop where our ancestors was equal. It dropped our ancestors to the bottom now, but kept the whites where they at. So by means of just the law of averages, even though they didn't excel any higher, they automatically excelled higher because now everybody else is at the bottom. a much lower bottom that they put our ancestors.
So let's look at this group of humanity called white people. We learn from this history that white people were built upon the idea that British had of themselves as white, as Christian, as freeborn, as deserving of rights and privileges from which others can be denied. To this day, white people have not been defined as a matter of law to this day. This history teaches us that white is the tool by which laborers were divided. Those who shared the same living conditions, the same opportunities, now experience ourselves as more connected with Paris Hilton than with our African American neighbor, even though our economic status is far more similar to that neighbor than to the lives of the 1%. But not only did this new organization of society create a new bottom to it, it created a link that heretofore had not existed that connected this new group of laborers called white people with the elite. And what was that connection? This shared status called white, embedded with the presumption of its superiority. The other thing to note about the invention of white people and the meaning of white that this history reveals is that white constituted the center of patriarchal power. And we see that most clearly through anti-miscegenation law and specifically through its enforcement. We're going to move from the 17th century into the 18th century.
All right.
The American Revolution has...
So now, they instituted this new creation of white because of the rebellion. And they needed a divide and conquer tactic, right? And this divide and conquer tactic caused them to make a stipulation of we're going to separate the poor and we're going to call these people white. And the original meaning of it was that the British, right? The British was Christian, right? Where it says, a Christian built upon the idea of the British as Christian, freeborn, deserving of rights and privileges from which others can be denied. Christian. The Bible, that's against the scripture. Whereas you give you rights and privileges, but you can deny others those same rights and privileges. See, as we break down all this history, it keeps repeating this Christian word and the slaughter that came with this creation of Christian from when the Romans first called our ancestors Christian at Antioch. The murder, the killing, and the slaughter that came from this is continuing all the way into this now colonial America. And they called the legal standard for whiteness British-like. But the funny thing is, as we went through our last studies, the original Britons were what? They wasn't even white, so-called white. This is the creation. And it became the white title became a tool by which the workers were divided. They divided by naming these people white and giving them a little bit of privilege, but taking all the privilege from the other. So drop the bottom, okay? White equaled superior above anyone who can't have the title of white. And it worked. What she was saying was, she was saying for the first time, even though they had no money, but they felt like they were better as this got instituted and new generations come, there's a generation of what you call it. What you call that thing when you just when you take something for granted. It's like I forgot the name of what you call that thing where you just it's just assumed that it's just I forgot what it's called, right? So and it's bred into these next generations. And it's like they felt like they were connected to the entitlement. That's the word. Thank you, Yahakana. It's a bred entitlement that's bred into the generation now that's going to come from this work, this mighty work. This is a great, dark, deceiving work to create this class, this people, right? And it made those, even though they weren't actually really increased, it made them feel like they was connected to the higher by some facade magical makeup, which didn't really exist, because they were, like she said, they were no closer. It's like they felt like they could be to the Hiltons and the Hollywood, the Paris Hilton, the elite, because of this whiteness, but they really got more in common with their neighbor who ain't got no money just like them. But it's a superiority of entitlement. Oh, good word, Hakyama. Good word. It's a white matrix. Literally a fractal holograph. It's a false reality that's now become a reality. Because the matrix don't mean it ain't got to be real. It just got to be perceived. This perception is people's reality. Good word, Hakyama. So she said, actually, no genetic shift happened in their DNA at all. I don't know. Ain't nothing happened to make you more powerful. It was just a human assertion of power, a white matrix.
As Christian, as freeborn, as deserving of rights and privileges from which, even though our economic status about the invention of white people and the meaning of white that this history reveals is that white constituted the center of patriarchal power. And we see that most clearly through anti-miscegenation law and specifically through its enforcement. We're going to move from the 17th century into the 18th century.
And close this out.
The American Revolution.
There we go. I wanted to see this.
New York, where
this is where they got
constituted the center of patriarchal power. And we see that most clearly through anti-miscegenation law and specifically through its enforcement.
And then we can close.
We're going to move from the 17th century into the 18th century. The American Revolution has taken place, and the First Congress of the United States of America will meet for the first time. And when they meet, they will establish laws regarding citizenship in this new country.
So now the first Congress is established. So this white thing after Baker's Rebellion, this title of a white people wasn't before this, is now created before the first Congress was created. So now they're going to have, because the colony is being built now on the basis of white supremacy. This is the true history. Remember, this is before the first Congress. So now that the colonization of this new land of our ancestors, which was enslaved and taken over, it's already built from Baker from 1680 on white supremacy. Yep. Just that a few like the truth. I ain't about to go into that. Not true. Wrong. And you'll get yourself judged for it. As a matter of fact, I'm not about to let you do that. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. They're not all a fallen seed. You can stay in your trauma, but this house is a house of truth. So I don't care if you don't like this channel no more. I don't care none of that. I'm a man of truth, and I'm not going to allow no falsehood, no trauma teaching. You got that from these wicked Israelites, who some of them are the fallen seed. So you're so mistaken that you're looking at white people as the fallen seed when the fallen seed were not white. The fallen angels, right? Now when they took on an earth form, some of them had white skin, but the fallen, the serpent seed ain't just white skin. The enemy come from your own household. You got Ham, you got Canaanites. He said, who are the Canaanites? They not white. They Nephilim. They not white. Wrong. No trauma teaching in this house. Wrong. Wrong. That's why I'm doing this. That's the problem. And that's what and I'm here to clean this up, because without that, there's still a trauma that you hold on, and you can't be healed if you have that, because you can't reach the others. You can't be the light in the darkness if you got some dark light in you and you teaching this dark teaching that you've been taught through trauma. Yes, the serpent seed had white skin, it had black skin, it had brown skin, it shapeshifts, it has green skin, it's serpentine, it's reptilian, it has all of it. Wrong, 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 wrong. That remnant of that so-called white race, listen clearly, that remnant of that so-called white race, the ones that you said like the truth, no, they're not serpent seed. They're children which are not of this fold, and they're the ones who helped us out of this thing. What John Brown was one of them. The Quakers were one of them that helped our ancestors and got killed when they helped them out of slavery and the Underground Railroad and all of that stuff. They always been here, and they always cleave to the house of Yah. You are wrong. And I'm not allowing it anymore. Not this house. Sorry, I'm not being disrespectful to you. I'm teaching this teaching for everybody. I never played in the awakening. I came in the awakening telling people, stop listening to these Israelites telling you to run to Africa, run there. They are brothers. I'm the one who put up the lesson about them telling you we'll kill them when they come here to Africa. We'll slave you. All kinfolk ain't skinfolk. All skinfolk ain't kinfolk. Oh, you got Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Japheth is a so-called, what you would call a so-called white. Japheth wasn't cursed. You're wrong. Yes, they have serpent seed that are white, but they have serpent seed that are black, and they have serpent seed that are brown, or whatever you want to call it. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It's trauma teaching. There are some that generally seek the Most High's face in spirit and in truth, and they'll be the one that'll stand by your side. Listen, like John Brown did to the death while your brother sold you out. Was a whole, what you call that dude, was a whole Judas, or what's the Sambo, that ran to the massa and told that John Brown was helping to try to help free our brothers, and went and told, and he stood side by side with our black brothers, and they got slaughtered by the serpent and the black amongst them. Wrong, 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 wrong. We don't teach trauma in this house. We come to heal the natural branch. You have to be healed so that you don't miss your opportunity. You don't miss when Yah send one of his children which are not of this fold. The funny thing was, you don't even understand that they came from our genetics, the ones who are not serpent seed. Now you got those, so even of the black skin, who are not serpent seed, who choose to do darkness, like Cain, spiritual children of the serpent. Same as white people, spiritual children of the serpent that choose to do darkness. Same as Asians, same as Mexican, Hispanic, whatever. You know them by their fruit. Wrong, wrong, wrong. No more. They're teaching that trauma all over the place. Wrong. Y'all sent the people who are not a people after us. Yes. Yes. Some of them had white skin. Some of them had Arabs. Ishmael did us even dirtier than them. And they didn't have white skin. Wrong. The ones who are seeking the Father are his children. And they want salvation just like we do. And they're looking for us to guide them. And they cleave to the house of Yasharal. For you and the stranger that is among you. That's the companion. The Most High speaks it all through the scripture. He gave a law for us and the companion, the stranger who sojourn amongst us. Always. Yes. You got who are the Asians? The Asians are a derivative of all of it come from our natural. Our ancestors went through different lands and mixing with different phenoms. You got who? You got what's his name? Moses had an Egyptian wife, a Hamitic wife. You got people mixing with Nephilim. You got people mixing with, you have so many different variations from Adam and Eve when they sinned and when they went forth, so many different from the Nephilim falling at the door. You got Canaanites, you got Jebusites, you got Hittites, you got Amalekites, you got Ammonites, you got a lot in them mixing a seed with their own seed. Then you got Esau, which is Shemitic. Esau ain't white, Esau is black. Wrong. Esau's Jacob's brother. They're the two nations that come from your seed. They were the two white and the black. He's talking about two nationality of people. One's going to be serving the serpent and the other one is going to be serving me. One's going to be obedient, the other's going to be disobedient. So there's going to be two nationalities of people. Now Esau going to be wicked. He's going to mix his seed with the fallen of all type. Of all type. In the caves. All through Canaanite lands, through Mitzrayim, through every nation on the planet Earth. Wrong. So you have different variations of different climatic lands and different places where you go, but they all come from one seed, original Adam and Hayavah, and then the Nephilim mixing a seed. And then you got different strands of variation stuff. Now you can't tell. The reason why the Mashiach said you'll know them by their fruit, because you can't tell nobody by no doggone skin color anyway. Wrong. You can't tell no more who's who. Enemy will come from those of your own household. You be sitting up here thinking that you this one is your enemy, and it be that one right there look just like you, but he is not of this fold. You know them by the fruit now, spiritually. You have to discern. Mashiach gave us clear instructions because it's been all mixed up. We done went through all type of slavery, and if you go, don't take no DNA because they're stealing your DNA. If you go take a DNA test, they're going to tell you come from all over the place because it's all mixed up. They tell you came from Europe, you came from Britain, you're like, oh, that's white. Wrong, that was black. In Britain, there were black Italians, there were black Neanderthals, there were black everything. There's mixed, there was black and mixed everywhere and all over the place. You're going to know them by their fruit at the end. It's too much mixture. Too much. Nephilim DNA is in a lot of different strands. You're only going to know by their fruit. You're not going to know at the end. Too many captivities, too many slaveries. That's why they got them. That's why we speak in Paleo-Ugaritic. Got people talking about Yakoti and all this Yahovah and all these O's and U's and I's and E's, and they think that's Habrayah, and it's not even Hebrew because it was mixed. We mixed with the Phoenicians, we mixed with the Sumerians, we mixed with the Akkadians, we went to Babylon, we became Babylonianized, we went to Greek, we became Grecanized, we went to Rome, we became Romanized, Hellenists, it's mixed all through. Going to tell me that the centurion, Mashiach said, faith like yours I ain't seen in all the house of Yasharal. That was a Roman white man. You're going to tell me he was wicked? When Mashiach spoke about his faith, do you understand what the faith is? Praise Yah. We know about the scriptures. Now I ain't telling you to go up there and be kumbaya with no white person. I ain't telling you to be kumbaya with no black person. I ain't telling you to be kumbaya with no Asian, no brown, whatever. They made all this crap up. But I am telling you to discern from the Rayach from each individual. Discern their spirit in front of you. You know them by the fruit. Mashiach spoke it. We call ourselves followers of the Mashiach. You become Christians. They don't do nothing Mashiach say. You Israelites should do the same thing. You're just as wicked. You're just as traumatized. No different. You ignore what the Mashiach spoke and said. You know them by their fruit. Look at their works. That's how you know if they're children of the Most High, whether you want to be worried about still children of Israel. You still want to be children of the flesh. That ain't going to get you into Yah's kingdom, because flesh and blood will not inherit his kingdom. You better start walking in spirit and in truth. That's the circumcision of the heart. Got that little sister, Melanin Wisdom. She'll teach you that. All this white people hatred stuff. It's just trauma. You know what she said? Ain't no spiritual Israel. See, that's a play on words. No, the Christian church ain't spiritual Israel, but she don't got the election to know there is a spiritual Yasharal. Mashiach came to say, now you be circumcised in flesh. That's physical Yasharal. You need to be Yasharal in spirit and in truth. Our ancestors weren't spiritual Yasharal, they were physical Israel, and they were sacrificing and killing animals to atone for their sin. But Mashiach came for us to be able to repent for our sins. Spiritual under the order of Melchizedek. Your heart's supposed to be circumcised inward. It's supposed to be written in your inward parts, not the outside, not the book of the Lord. The Lord's supposed to be written in you. You're supposed to be. Thank you, Kayana. I ain't know. Let me turn it down. That's your eyes, Sabayaf. You gotta heal, children. My so-called black people. Heal. Heal, because you can't be the light of Yah if you're not healed. You're still in darkness, traumatized. Because of it, you won't discern by their fruit. You'll be looking for character, for color of skin. And you'll be and misjudging. You're going to be judged on that same accord when you get to the judgment. Heal, children. Heal. We got into this mess for our ancestors. That's the cause of it. Heal. I'm showing you this to understand they instituted this white. I just showed you in 1680, they created this. Literally, the serpent seed creates something. It's a divergence. It's a matrix will. So those who have so-called white skin, like you got so-called black, they are victims of this, of the serpent as well. They're using and manipulating. So it'll cause you to harm one that will be your brother. Because he says, he who keeps my father's commandments is my brother or sister. So you mean to tell me that Kayana in our ministry that's keeping my father's commandments, and I attained to her, I've been around her for years in this ministry, keeps her head covered, serving Yah in spirit and truth. She ain't my sister. You done lost your mind. When you got this doggone Kiki out there who'll kill me just as fast as the serpent seed white person or the not serpent seed white person, the spiritual seed of the serpent white person or the spiritual seed of the serpent black person. He who keeps my father's commandments is my brother or sister. And you know them by their fruit. So you ascertain their fruit over time. That's why you be still and observe and shut your mouth. You got 2 ears. You watch and you observe. That's how you know who got the fruit. You watch their fruit. That's how you know what Ryak they in. You watch their fruit over time. I don't give a crap if they black or purple. Get out your stupid black stuff. They made that up. You don't even know if that's Ham Sin standing next to you. You've been married Esau, but you're like, he black. But you ain't discerning the Ryak. I ain't telling y'all to marry nothing outside of whatever. Mashiach said you're going to know them by their fruit. And this end time, you're only going to know them by their spirit. You're still looking for some color, then you're a fool. And you'll mess around and you're going to harm someone, one of Yah's children, and you're going to answer for it at the judgment. You've been told, but you don't got eyes to see and ears to hear. That's the problem. You want to hang on to the trauma because you'll go to another channel and they'll just reinforce the trauma and you like it. Yeah. Forget Unc. He talking this. I'm talking this Mashiach stuff over here. They ain't receive him either. You heard that part? Who the ones who slayed them? The Israelites, the blacks. Kill him, kill him. Give us Barabbas. Let his blood be on us and our children. You are descendants of that with your trauma. Same one who slaughtered Mashiach. So don't listen. Don't listen. Yeah, you're going to end up with a black serpent going off of skin color. Fact. Because they shape shift. Whole black serpent seed. But you be thinking you all black. Fools. Call themselves wise, they become fools. That's why this channel's shadow banned. That's why I ain't the get along gay. And that's also why won't nobody come mess with me. You heard? Todd's been trying to get all callers from the camps. Pastor Dow tuck his tail between his legs. You ain't got no Hebrew Israelite that will come stand next to me and do anything because they can't stand against the truth. I speak the word of the Most High, and I ain't scared of none of them. I'm not traumatized. I'm in the order of Melchizedek under Mashiach, and I teach the unadulterated word of the Father. And so no one of them will come. Get them. I don't care who it is, who you got. Get your pastor. Get your Roman Catholic pastor. I don't give a crap if he white, blue, or purple. Get your Hebrew Israelite Moray. Get your camp leader, whoever. Billy the Canaanite Carson. None of them will come see me. And I challenged them all already. And Taj Baliyah been sending me out to them for weeks and nobody will answer. They all quiet like little church mouse. You know why? Because they know the truth of the Most High is here. In spirit and in truth, and they don't cower to nobody. I don't teach from trauma. I'm totally healed. I'm totally healed. The Torah speaks, the live living word. Be the word. I came into this awakening with the sword of Yah in my mouth. Teaching about the Sifa, teaching about Mashiach, teaching about, I taught against everything when everybody was a go along. Come on, they still writing me because they want to worship Open Diary and V and sure, they still 2 years later. You from trauma. Ain't no trauma in this house. This the house of Yah. You come here to get your healing. You want your trauma? Go keep watching all the rest of them. Different levels of trauma. They all in their skin want to puff themselves up. Same stuff that got us in this mess. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Now we can laugh and joke. That's why I put the little funny clips about the white people, because that's a made concoction. They made this up like they made black up. They made all of these things up. The serpent seed made this up. And the serpents use whether you black, white, or whatever. Do you not know Barack Obama? I'm going to get flagged for this. Has his bloodline tied? Do you not know all of the presidents? The only reason why he became the president, because his bloodline is tied to the serpent. The royalty, the ones who instituted what we're watching right now in this study. But he black. He from Africa. His dad is, and your genealogy come from your dad. If you Hebrew, you know that. His dad is West African. So he African. You won't know. You better know them by their fruit. The 1%. And they keep their bloodline blue. They shape shift. But then you have spiritual children of the serpent. Like Cain. Not physical serpent seed, spiritual serpent seed. That sister to me ain't no spiritual Israel. There's spiritual Yasharel, spiritual serpent, spiritual everything. We all spirit. You run around looking at flesh, you'll be a fool. Yeah, in the music industry, that's why they give them these record deals. The ones who ain't the direct descendant bloodline, they make them become spiritual seed of the serpent. Meaning they take an oath and they do all these covenants and they grape them and they drink, they make them sacrifice a family member and they destroy them to the point where you see them later and they all on drugs and they look like they consume them. Because if you're not physical seed of the serpent, they're going to consume you at the end, no matter what. Now, sorry, I don't mean any disrespect. That's to heal you. And I know you've been around. I've seen your name. You've been around for a long time and you're still in your trauma. You're wrong. You're going to get yourself. When you get to the judgment at salvation, you're going to mess around and lose your salvation messing around. Yes, thank you. Praise you. I don't mean to harm you. But I know you've been here for a long time. That was not me speaking. That was your Ayah Sabayah speaking through me. It is to save you because you are going to be, listen, I think that's a daughter of Yah. Daughter of Yah, you are created in the image of the Father and we need to be the light. You have to discern each one of them, whether they black, white, or do not discount them. That's that trick knowledge teaching of God will have you curse yourself. If we get them to curse themselves, that's how they get us to curse ourselves, sister. And I don't want you. My job is to heal you. You're a daughter of the Most High. I know you natural branch, otherwise you wouldn't be scarred like that. So it'll cause you to not reach one that looks like they're white or something that will be looking to cleave to you, and you will reject them, and you'll reject one of Yah's children because you're looking for flesh. Wrong. That's that's a trick of the serpent. He gotten us to curse ourselves. This is how we stay under the curses. I come to bring healing in the name of Yah. Yah is using me to speak the word of him to heal my children so that the other nations who are not of this fold can cleave. This is the 1/3. This is the remnant. He said, I got a law for you and the stranger that sojourn amongst you all through the scripture. They always going to cleave to us. And some of them have so-called less melanation. So-called white. That's why we bring it out tonight. There's a concoction. It's a made-up word. Don't miss his children. Don't miss his children from being traumatized. We have to discern everything, even our own household, our own children. Listen, my family members are not here. From my genetic bloodline, they're not here. Even my biological children are not here. Ministry is actually an inheritance to them. But guess who's here? Hakyama's here. I never knew her. Taj Balayah is here. I never knew him. Brooklyn Red here. All the way from Flatbush. He met me through 25 of life. He keep coming back. But guess who else is here? Yahakanan is here. Young Wyatt is here. Kayana is here. And they are what you would call so-called white. And they've been here. For Yagabar is here. Yagabar said, I'm here. See? And they here, and they are my brother and sister. When my own genetic family is not here, they reject this word. My own genetic children, my babies, reject the word. And they'll be in a Christian church and listen to some pastor. But some that you might call that centurion that Mashiach spoke about. You know what I say to Kayana, what you would call a young white woman? My sister, I would say, faith like yours I ain't seen in my own natural bloodline. Mashiach said to the centurion, faith like yours in the Most High, and I witness it over bearing fruit. our time being still, you know them by the fruit. Faith like yours I ain't seen in my own genetic bloodline. They reject Yah. But she received Yah and she cleaved to the house of Yasharal, and she comes in the name of the Most High Yah. She's grafted in. Know your position, children of Yah. Shout out to Royal. Mistar, daughter of Yah, know who you are in Yah. You are his anointed, natural branch children, and your ancestors put the curses over us, and you need to heal, Sister Mistar, so that if a Kayana or a Yahakanan or a Waya find you and they reach out, you don't reject them, Mistar. Right? Because they white. They're the Nephilim, they serpent seed. Wrong. That's wrong. That's trick knowledge. That's not how it works. The fallen angels. That's putting earthly existence on a spiritual malak. Hasatan was a fallen angel. Is he white? Or is he a spirit that can inhabit any type of image? You see, that's good teaching. Did y'all hear that? That's putting an image on a malak who can shapeshift and come in any image. Wrong teaching. That's wrong. Serpent seeds, they can shapeshift. You got original serpent seeds, and then you got spiritual serpent seeds. Original serpent seeds can make themselves appear as any image. Then you got spiritual serpent seeds, or the ones who like Cain, who choose the light, the darkness versus the light. Okay? And they become seed of the serpent spiritually, but they will have the same black skin as us. They will come from your own household. They will all Yasharal ain't Yasharal. What that scriptures mean is they are from the bloodline descendant of Israel, but they're not spiritually Yasharal. But that sister talking about ain't no spiritual Yasharal. I said, boy, if the awakening could just sit down. You got too many chefs in the kitchen, too many chiefs. Everybody want to start a YouTube, but they ain't been circumcised in the Most High. They ain't sat down at the feet of the Father and been slaughtered in and out of the fire to be pruned, to be healed and made over in the likeness and the image of the Father, where there's no blemish on them. Where they can teach the unadulterated word of the Father and be used as a vessel. They are healed. Most people are teaching through trauma. You got traumatized mores and teachers leading you. Then you got Esau out there with the Star of David, talking about we the Israelites. Then you got the serpent seed out there looking black teaching. Then you got so many different variations. Yes. She said too many Israelites, not enough Yasharalites. I'm going to go one farther, Lanesia. Too many Israelites and Yasharalites and not enough children of Yah. See, at the end, we leave, guys, Israelite and Yasharalite are still physical bloodline. Children of the Most High. This is in the Bible, where it says, it's in Revelation 2, at the end, we become children of Yah. As we started from the beginning. Because when Yah created us in our first estate, there was no children of Israel. There was no Israelites. Adam and Hayavah, before they lost their first estate, they were children of the Most High. And before we go back to the Father, that's still the flesh. I can't change I'm going to always, as long as this flesh is on this earth, I'm going to always be a bloodline descendant of Jacob and Yasharal. I can't change that Shemitic, and I wouldn't change it. It's my inheritance. But that ain't getting me into the kingdom of Yah, because flesh and blood won't enter that kingdom. I need to die to this, meaning I need to go past this and become children of the Most High in spirit and in truth. spiritual Yasharal. Spiritual, and that's just a saying. That means spiritual children of the Most High. See, yes, they're circumcised outwardly, but inwardly. They're reading from a book outwardly, but inwardly, the word is not written. You know them by their fruit, their heart. From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. They haven't circumcised the heart. What? Get rid of the stony heart and get Yah's heart, spiritual. How do you know that's spiritual, guys? Because you can't take your physical heart and get rid of it and then get Yah's heart of flesh and put it in. It's a spiritual discernment. It's a what's the name? A euphemism. It's not physical. It's not, okay, I'm gonna take a knife and cut out my physical heart. Your body is gonna die. It's spiritual. Spiritual children of Yah circumcise their heart. They cut out their fleshly heart. This is Bible. And they replace it with the flesh. Yah ain't flesh. Why does the Bible say with the flesh of Yah's heart? Because it's just a euphemism relating the what's gonna go, the spiritual heart of Yah going into your fleshly temple. It's just a play on words, a Hebrew euphemism. Yah is not flesh. But the sister got a lesson, just put it out. Ain't no spiritual Israel. And I wanted to take the time to write, but it's like we past that point now. The children in the awakening, in the awakening, they're so awakened to a whole nother slumber. This slumber got a new clothing on, new flesh suit, and it's an Israelite suit. We the people of the book. And it's trauma. And I come to heal the trauma. So I'm so thankful that the daughter of Yah held in there, because I don't want to cause offense. It's just a righteous correction. The open rebuke that you heard, that was Ya'ai Sabayah. It's because it's so wrong in Raya. It's so wrong. You heard how powerful it was. For those who know, you can hear when the Raya comes in. You hear me talking. You hear I start this off, I'm all calm, and that's me. Before the Raya kicks in, I have the mic up, right? Y'all start off and y'all be like, Unc, your mic is low. Because I'm not in Ryak yet, it's just me. And I'm calm and I'm talking. And then when the Ryak kicks in, you see how that level when it came in. I didn't even want to say anything. If you play that part back, I was like, I'm not even going to entertain that. And I was going to keep going in the Ryak. I guess your eyes said, I was like, no. And then that was it. It just said, no, stop it right here. Because not only is my sister's salvation at hand because of this, others who might receive from it. He said, don't let this stand. And that was it, he came. And I was hoping that it didn't offend her. But praise Yah, she's stronger than that. Praise Yah, she endure. She's stronger than that. She's like, nah, I'm receiving, we have to heal. Heal, children of Yah, natural branch, heal. These Israelites are not, they're building more trauma on you. They're not allowing you to heal. They pumping more pride and of the flesh and trauma to look at others and point them when you got to point the finger at our ancestors. We still cursing ourselves with that. I'm one of the only ones. There's some out there, I don't know them, but I'm one of the few. One of the few. I've been doing it since I got here. That's why I'm not too popular. First, I was all popular until he not supporting our trauma. He won't join the trauma gang because I'm not traumatized. Before the Most High allowed me to release, he healed my trauma. All of it. In 2021, he said, nah. Could have been going since 2016. Praise Yah's holy name, its rightful order. Thank you, Ms. Dahl. That needed to be done and said. And I'm so grateful that our sister didn't get offense. Mashiach said offenses will come. They will come, but it's what you do with it. Just understand, I have everyone's salvation in my heart. Not best interest. I went past best interest. Salvation is what Unk teaches. I teach spiritual warfare, and I teach the kingdom of Yah is at hand. And I care about every one of y'all's soul. And we pick this stuff up. We got a lot of trauma that we build up. I had it too. I hated the white man, and I hated what it stood for. And that's why I'm teaching where this term came from. But it's unjustly given to the children which are not of this fold that the scripture speaks of. They are a victim of it too. And they got to wear that. It is what it is. I got to heal them too and say it is what it is. Y'all got to wear that. We got to wear what our ancestors did. Y'all got to wear what some of y'all ancestors did. But we got descendants of those Quakers. We got descendants of John Brown. We got descendants of those who fought with us side by side and died, who loved the Most High in spirit and in truth. Some of them got that so-called white skin as well. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Praise Yah for the healing of his natural branch children. If we don't heal, how are we going to heal the nation? We won't. We won't be able to heal the nation. Good. So that means you got the job, young king. Praise Yah. You got the job? He let us. I ain't hear the praise report. That's good. Good job, young king. Yeah, get you some rest. You can watch the playback or let it play over you while you rest. Good job. I'm glad you got the job, young king. Praise Yah. I mean, you got the job. All right. All right. Praise Yah. Yeah, she's strong. Gotta be strong. We can't be thin-skinned. We can't be weak. You know why we really got to be strong? We had to be strong this whole time because all the other nations, those who are not of this fold, they looking for us for their salvation. They are looking, that's Bible. They're looking for us for their salvation. The other ones who not, forget them. 2/3 will perish anyway. Of all of them, black, white, purple, blue, yellow. 2/3 will perish anyway. The 1/3 is looking, the ones who are not natural branch, they looking for us to pour into them, cover them. We're called to cover them. They're children of Yah, which are not of this fold. The Most High speaks to them all through. He speaks to them all through. And it ain't just what you call so-called white. It's a remnant of all what you might call nationalities. But there are 9 nationalities that won't be forgiven. It was 7 until Lot did his foolishness. Well, Lot's daughters did their foolishness, my bad. That was an error. To Lot's daughters made them Ammonites and Moabites. Now, let's end this clip so we can, I got something else. I'm going to show something else before we close out. So let me end this little white people's clip. How the creation of the white people when the serpent seed created this white thing. That's who created it. And he put it on even the white people who ain't serpent seed. This was all the serpent seed's act against the natural branch to keep the curses over our head. So the prophecies, they could get rich. Every nation of people did it. Ishmael did it too. Ham did it too. They all did it to us. Now, this in America at the beginning, they created a such thing as a white people before the first Congress.
Regarding citizenship in this new country. This is the building actually in New York where the first Congress met. Here are the men who represented the first Congress.
You see these? These are mostly seed of the serpent. And they got white skin. But they're seed of the serpent. Let me explain this part. Listen clearly, Miss Style and everyone else. These are the seed of the serpent. A lot of them are. Some of them are just spiritual seed. Some of them are right natural branch seed of the serpent, right? But at this same time, right? This is 1791. If you go to the continent of Africa, right here in 1791, there's also the seed of the serpent there, and they got black skin. And they were enslaving our ancestors in the land, what you call Africa, at this exact time. There's Ishmaelite Arabs at this time, Moors, enslaving our ancestors, and they were serpent seeds, some of them. Do y'all understand that? So the seed of the serpent ain't just white. 7 nations we are not to mix our seed with, and they were not white. The Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Amalekites, they were not white, and they were the serpent seed. So you're looking at some serpent seed with white skin, and if you open that Bible, there's serpent seed with black skin. And they were dark, Canaanite, Hamitish. That's what I'm talking about, sister. You're only going to know them by their fruit. So you'll look at another white person with white skin and be like, oh, serpent seed. You'll be wrong. And you'll look at another black person with black skin. Oh, he's not the serpent seed. You'll be wrong. You know them by their fruit. Who told us that? The Mashiach. If you don't listen to nobody else, listen to Mashiach. And what did he say? He said, if you don't believe the words I say, believe me by what? My fruit, my works. So he told you, don't even listen. If you ain't even trying to receive the words I say, watch my works. You're only going to know them by their fruit, guys. So now, this first United States Congress, a lot of these wicked white, well, what they call white men, but these, they didn't call European Englishmen who conquered King James, our ancestors, and took their namesake. That's why they got these wigs on and stuff. They got the wigs and the afros because they come from the Jacobites, our lineage, who ruled Europe during the Dark Ages, and they mimicked. So the serpent seed used some of them who wasn't, and they become spiritual serpent seed. And they're doing this first Congress to set up these United Snakes of America and the white supremacy from Bacon's rebellion. And he probably was a straight serpent seed because he came and stirred up the pot between the common blacks that was with the so-called whites, and they was getting along. Yeah, Shock is a serpent seed Freemason. And I don't know if he's just natural branch, serpent seed, Nephilim, could be, or spiritual, but he definitely serving the serpent. He definitely a serpent seed. And this is what they instituted.
These laws regarding citizenship include an area of law called naturalization law. Naturalization law provides the process by which one who is...
So now they made this United States, they made these people called the white people, and they said that you can't be that any alien being a free white person. So they made this language. Now they got white people created 1681. And that's enough of this. I ain't about to play the rest. Requirement of whiteness and naturalization law. If you're not white, you were not a U.S. citizen. This is why they made this up. Used to keep Chinese and then Japanese immigrants cheap and dependent labor. Evidence to deny U.S. citizenship status and protection of Constitution. And now, you know what they're doing now? They got Hamites come from Africa and they give them white citizenship. They got white. They can check white because they know who they really against. The children of Yasharal, the natural branch. All right. This was a little breakdown of, stop sharing, of this institutionalized, this induction of the white people, how they created it in 1680 and 1681 after Bacon's Rebellion. All right. Now another lesson, I'll go into Neanderthal, I'll go into the Caucasus Mountains, I'll go into, matter of fact, watch this, just a little, it ain't, just watch this. More deception. More deception.
You know a white person? Do you know a Caucasian person? Did you think that those were the same thing? Well, they actually aren't.
The word Caucasian actually comes from the Caucasus Mountains, which is in modern-day Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and parts of Iran, Turkey, and southern Russia. The real Caucasians are the diverse peoples of the Caucasus, who may not fit the stereotype of what a Caucasian is in America, having close ethnic ties to Asian cultures, such as Iranian and Turkic peoples.
The reason Caucasian...
Now, this Caucasian thing, this is another term that they stole and made up. These are serpent seeds creating these terms to confuse and babble and use later as tools. The word, we're white people. Now remember, I just showed y'all where they made up white people, right? Now I'm gonna tell y'all who made up this Caucasian lie. It was this dude named Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He was considered the father, he is considered the father of scientific anthropology. This Blumenbach. He developed the five-fold categorization system for human beings. He made this up. These be these serpent seeds. He's probably a serpent seed making this up. That's how you got to know the difference. You know them by their fruit. See, the works that they do, you be like, yeah, that's probably original serpent seed. Because the work that he did was so mighty and it caused so much harm to the people on the earth. You know them by the fruit. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, he developed a five-fold categorization. He categorized human beings into 5 categories. He named one Caucasians. The other category was Ethiopians. Caucasians, not Negroid. Caucasian, Ethiopian, Mongolian, American, which was red. He called these Indians Mongoloid Native American Red Indians, Americans and Malayans. Now, he called the Caucasians white because they made up this white thing. He called the Mongolians yellow. He called the Malayans brown. The Malaysians. He called the Ethiopians black and the Americans red. Then he gave a classification for what he called white. And he described, for what he called Caucasian. And he just chose it because he went to the Caucasus Mountain and he said he thought those people were pretty And he said they were the prettiest people on the earth, and their head skull. He liked the shape of their head skulls. So he just stole their identity. Sounds like the serpent. Right? Now, these Turkish people over there, these Babylonians. See, y'all better understand with Turkey and Persia and all these places in the ancient time, this is Babylon and Persia and Syria. I don't care that they renamed this stuff. Turkey. Now, he says the physical trait, he described the Caucasian, they have to have white skin. He made this up. They have to have rosy cheeks. They have to have brown or chestnut hair. They have to have a subglobular head with an oval face, a smooth forehead. Like he made this stuff up. Okay? Now, Blumenbach identified the people from when he went to this area around Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains. He chose and stole the people from the area and named the new thing of white people to be called them Caucasians. When the true Caucasians in that area, it's like, that ain't us. So now we sitting up here calling these white people in Australia and all these other places Caucasians when they just make this stuff up. Okay? Johann Friedrich Blumenbach created the term Caucasian, and he used the physical and geographical characteristics of the people from the Caucasus regions that he stole their identity and named a people. So you got so-called white people calling themselves white and calling themselves Caucasian, and they are neither. That's why I always say the so-called black man, because I ain't black. Okay? And that Negroid term, you don't know, again, I'm not Negroid either. See, these are terms they made up. Now, Negro, this is a people. This is a bloodline. Yaya Negro, we're going to bring that out another time. These people and this, but they made these classifications and these terms. They made this stuff up. I don't want to identify with that. I'm a child of the Most High. Now, I'm a descendant from Abraham, Yasak, and Yasharal. So there's a Yasharalite physical bloodline identity that ties back. That's the physical bloodline. But I'm the child of the Most High. Did you ever see Abraham call himself Negroid? Did it exist? No. Abraham was not a Negroid. The word didn't exist. They make this stuff up. They're not Caucasoids. Them doggone white people that call themselves Caucasian, I ain't even come from the Caucasus Mountains. The people from the Caucasus Mountains still there. A lot of them still there. A lot of them got a little bit of melanin. They're Babylonian and Persian and stuff. A lot of them Canaanitish. Yeah. Some serpent seeds. Canaanitish. It's mixed up. All right? But with all, you can't do a generality on no group of people. Within all people, it's a remnant. The only people that's not a remnant is if you pure blood serpent seed. And the serpent seed know who they are. And they hide. They hide in plain sight. They are the deceivers of the earth. Nah. Enough of this white crap. The last part. Do I want to do this part? It's already 12. Do I want to do this part? Oh, let's end with Marciana's question. Good one. That's how I get in. All right. Let me see. I think she texted. Great way to end this. I was looking for an ending. Now, Marciano, let me go a message so it shouldn't be too far up in her text. So she asked another question too, which I was going to bring out tonight, but I'll wait. I'll answer this one. She asked something about the hydrogen. All right. So I explained it to her, but I want to explain. I don't want nobody to mix up the last lesson. We are not hydrogen babies. We are children of the Most High. Hydrogen is just the element that make up most of the universe. It's the one that they conveniently hid from us, what they call hydrogen in this English language. The brother, I think it was the brother Yabura, or one of them. This is interesting. Y'all can look this up. Nayael, Yahakana Samaya, y'all find this out. The brother, when I kept saying, I wonder what the word hydrogen is in the original Hebrew. I wonder what that is, because that is Yah's particle, this hydrogen. It's of everything. It's the one that bonds and creates, right? The water, the mayam, all of it, right? It's the most abundant element of all the creation of the elements. The first one, it's the alayaf, the first of the elements. And the brother wrote, I seen it after we went off. He said in the original Hebrew, the word hydrogen was mayam. And I seen it after it went off. Now someone can go look further and make sure that that's correct. Mayam is water, is mem in the Hebrew, original Hebrew. It's not mem, it's mam. And in the original picture with Yah is mayam. And he literally said it before. Now he doesn't even know what we teach as the original Hebrew. He said the original Hebrew, the Hebrew word for hydrogen was mayam. And I'm like, whoa, I saw it after it was over. I wish I would saw it when it was on the live. Mayam is the water. It wouldn't, if that's the truth, that's why I kept saying, I wonder what the original Hebrew word for mayam. Yes, he said to binds. So now that makes all the sense. So yes, the next one I'm gonna break down the completion of the hydrogen, the mayam, and as being the element that makes up most of it. So from now, since that study, every time I drink my water now, I see hydrogen. I told y'all, speak life into it. So now when I drink my water, I'll be like, let's go. I need some hydro. I need to hydrate. Hydrogen. So I said, come on, hydrogen, do your thing. Do your thing. You've been ignored. Anything that the serpent, anything that the world has us not pay attention to. Oh, they have us paying attention to oxygen. We know about nitrogen. We know about helium. We know about carbon. But they have us ignore hydrogen, the most abundant element of it all, which has the polarity of the positive and the negative equal without a neutralizer. And it bonds with its two positive with the one electron from the oxygen to create H2O, the elixir on the earth, the mayam, the water. All right. Now, yeah. Now, so I'll get back into that study because I got a little more to bring out about the elements and the completion. So I'll wrap it up. So it's no confusion. I'm not worshiping hydrogen or nothing. We just Most High is showing us there's an element that they hoodwinked us to ignore. And it's the most important because all of the other elements derive on it. It's bonding capabilities. It's the first, it's the head. It's mayam. All right, now, let me go to a question. Her question is, Tayada Abaya, for you, Uncle Ya'ayasha. Thank you for being willing to help me to understand. I greatly appreciate you. She said, regarding my consonant sound question, this is about the Hebrew language, the consonant. She said, my disclaimer is there are complex rules to the German language. So I'm not saying that those sounds are a fixed rule. Ayak, Maria. Oh, she said the brother Mariaha over there in the Netherlands could probably better pronounce the German sounds since the Dutch language is similar to German, although it's not the same. She said, really, my question is this. How do we know what the sound W makes in Hebrew? She said, praise Abba Yah for all he has blessed you to do. Your work is not unnoticed. I'm praying for you as well. See you later on the Zoom. Now I don't have the full context. I wish she was here. She can say. Mashiana, if you're still awake, give me more context because now I'm a little lost. I need the fuller context. But because I want to break down. I used to have all of it because I can break down. So what she was saying was we was doing a study and we was talking about the W, the Wa, right? Yahweh, all right? The Wav in the Hebrew Aleph Bet, Aleph Bayat. So the Wav, right? Now I do know that the Wav, the W, I want to explain something to y'all about the Hebrew language, the Aleph Bayat, not ours, not the Yiddish and the modern. I'm talking about the original. I do know that the W came later, the Wav came later. There was 22 letters before there was 26 as well. So I understand when we got the Paleo-Ugaritic and stuff, and I understand the U and all that. So the W, right? And then you got the V. She sent the context. All right, thank you. Hopefully you sent it to the text. Hopefully you text me it. So I know that we got a V. So you got people that will say the Vav. So you got people, and I want y'all to always be careful with the language because salvation, it's not that you could get all the language correct and all the speakings, but if your heart, your fruit ain't right, it don't matter that you know. You can know all of it. You could be like, because some will say it's not a V for the word love, it's ahava. But before that, it will be a B, ahaba yah. That's why you hear them say ahaba for love. That's why even in the Latin, they replace the V with a B. Because before it, they say they use a B instead of a V. Okay? So what Mashiana is doing, she's relating the German, and she gave me more context, so I'll be breaking it down in a sec. I'll be able to tie it together. But I want y'all to be very careful and understand it's not, a lot of that stuff is not that serious because you'll keep going down the rabbit hole and you'll be wanting to have it all correct. But at the same time, you won't be checking your own rayak in certain things. So you'll be sitting up here in sin over here, but you got speaking this language correct. Understand, your work is more important. That's why I understand it's the O, ain't no O in Hebrew. I understand they even know U in Hebrew. But I understand my people are still calling on Yahuwah and Yahusha. And I meet them where they're at. I'm not going to say, yeah, that's not right. You can't call it. Man, call him Yahusha, call him Yahuwah. Just call him and do what he says. Now, I'm not going, the reason why I don't allow the Yahweh is because that's another God. That's a Babylonian deity. That's a Phoenician. That's a whole nother deity. But Yahuwah, that's our ancestors becoming Phoenician, mixing in Paleo. But I know that you're still calling on Yah. You understand? That's why if people still call on Jesus before they know who he is, as long as their heart and they really calling on the Son of the only begotten Son of Most High power, they could still cast out serpents in that name. Because the power ain't in it. The power is in the heart. Yah sends the power through the heart of the individual, meaning the fruit. Even though they calling on the wrong name, they're going to still have power in that name because it ain't in the name Jesus. It's in the heart of the person calling on. You see? So a person can have the whole Hebrew name of Yahweh Shah or Yeshaya or Yahusha, but their heart ain't no power in that because your heart is still wicked. So now, I want everyone to be very mindful of it. Now, I teach the original Hebrew because it's important. The letters are riots. But don't let that supersede your walk, meaning pay more attention to your works, your fruit, and have some tolerance for others who are just awakened or who don't, right? Patience. That's why you don't see me trying to correct nobody. You see, when they say Yahuwah or Yahusha or Yah, when I know that the U was not actually Hebrew. There's no Hebrew U vowel sound at all. So it ain't Hebrew. But I understand where my people are at. Yeah, it will cause them, thank you. It will cause them to be a stumbling block. Okay? And we don't want to cause our brothers to stumble. So we meet them where they are. All right, so now she sent the context. She said, there we go. She says, Shalom, everyone. May I ask your thoughts on the Hebrew consonant sound of Yahweh Shah? Now, that's the Mashiach's Hebrew name. He has a Wav in it, right? A W. She said, I am asking of the Hebrew consonant sound in Yahweh Shah. I am studying German, so she's studying the German language, where the letter W makes more of a V sound. So in the German language, the W is a Va, V. Now that makes sense because they say the W is actually two V's connected. If you look at it, you just draw a V and another V, that's a W. I've heard that they just connected the two V's and made the W. All right, I've heard that before. Now, she says she's studying the German language where the letter W makes more of a V, Va sound, and the letter V makes more of a F sound, like F, I guess, the letter V. She says since there was no U sound in Hebrew, right? Could it be double V instead of W? She said, I hope I don't confuse you or anyone. I'm just wondering, and I still struggle with the pronunciation, but I'm practicing. Thank you for the context. I needed the context. Now, what I want you to understand, where the confusion is coming at, Mashiana, is that you're studying the German language. This is where the confusion is. You can't take the German, the Greek, the Latin, whatever, and then apply it to the original Habriyah, because those languages didn't exist when the original Habriyah was written, okay? So now, that's why I said the Latin, they take the V and pronounce it ba, more ancient. You're correct. The German pronounced the W, V. So now where the confusion comes in at is that we're speaking an English language to describe a Hebrew word. So now when we say W, you think of two U's, W. But it's actually two V's connected, the Va. That's why in the German, the pronunciation of the W is most likely pronounced as a va because it's the two V's connected. So you got to understand, we are transliterating our Hebrew into this language, this English language, which is a mixture of German, Slavic, it's about 10 to 17 different languages mixed in to make the English. So you're going to have Latin and German and everything. It's a bastardized tongue. But that's what we're using to speak, because we've been bastardized in this world. We've been enslaved, right? So we speak in the language of the slave masters. Now with that, you can't take the W of the Wav in the Hebrew. Only reason why we're saying W is because we're speaking English. Listen clearly. If we wasn't speaking English, we wouldn't be saying W, right? We would be speaking, it wouldn't be W because I hope you can understand what I mean. We're speaking a language to describe another language when that language can't describe it. So you can't take the German. Now, I'm going to go there. It's wa. That she said, she just simplified it. She said, I understand, but what does the wa y'all make in Hebrew? Wa. Remember, Hebrew is only, so it's wa. It's not va, it's wa. All right. Or you could say va, I guess, if you wanted to. Just like so a perfect example of that is Zion, like the daughters of Zion. We see a Z, right? But if you go further back to the original Hebrew, it will be Zah with a T, the Ta, the Tayat, and a Shan, Shayan. It'll be a TS for Zion. So you have people that have spelled their name Zion, like Zayana. Her name literally in there, if we go back to the function original, it'll be TS instead of a Z. But it's okay for her to put a Z because as our Hebrew dialect, it got further along, we added characters. But it's not outside. So when Natya'al corrected Habarish Yah Zion with his name, I told him, slow down, young king, because he just got Habarish Yah, Ibiris. So I'm like, you don't want to cause a stumbling block. You got to be slow and let the people receive as they go. So it will be, right? So now, Shalayam Amahaya. So the original Hebrew for the Wav would have been Wah. So that's why we get Yahweh. Now, if you want to say Yahweh, then see, this is where the confusion will come in. Because one will say, okay, I'm going to say that the Wah was actually two V's earlier. Then they're going to say Yahweh. And then somebody else can come behind them and say, but the Va, before the Va, it was a Ba, the Bet, the Ba. So they'll say his name is Yahweh. You see? And they probably could be correct. But at what point do we not understand it's about we're going to do okay, remember, we're not going to get it all right. This is what I mean. It will be a new tongue at the end when Mashiach come back. We'll learn whether it was Yahweh, 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 Yahweh-Shah, or Yahweh-Shah, Yahweh-Shah, or it was Yahaya-Shah. See? Right? I know Yahaya. Some know Yahweh. I know that the Wav is actually Mashiach. But again, call whatever Hebrew dialect you want, but just walk in his statutes. Go ahead, Yahakana. He said, I'm not trying to speak out of my turn, but a simple way to put it is it's phonetic, based on sound. So every language has the same source sounds that can be pronounced with the tongue, only so many sounds that you can make. Good phonetic breakdown, Yahakana. He says, so all languages have their equivalent based on the original Hebrew first. Yes, that's the part where Billy the Canaanite Carson, they try to, the original tongue of Yah when he spoke to Adam and them before he took it at the Tower of Babel. Everyone, remember, at the Tower of Babel, there's remnants of the original tongue that got dispersed. That helps. Good one, Yahakana. That helps. He said to make the wa sound the ba, the ah. They can't just make up some new sound that hasn't been spoken. Exactly, because it's phonetic. And once it got dispersed through all the nations, they have a piece. So so the va will become the ba and the ba will become, but it's all come from the original ah. It's different variants of the original ah sound. So you have the alaf, the baya, the gama, ah, ba, ga, da, fa, wa, sa, sha. Thank you, Yahakana. Remember, it's only so many sounds that the human mouth can make. And as long as you got the ah, that's the hayah, the breath of Yah, the ah. Take your mouth and make sounds with ah. It'll go ah, ba, ga, da, fa, sa, ta, la, ya. Like you'll run out. It's only a limit, you'll stop. It's going to get to a point where you can't make another sound. That's the original Haber Yah. Good word. Thank you, Yahakana. Once you can do that, now, once you take that and you take the Tower of Babel and you disperse it through all the lands, they're making languages, but they can only use the phonetic sounds that comes out of the human vocal, and that's the ah. Shalom, Sister Kelly Perry. And that's why I say there's no O, there's literally no oo, there's none of that, there's ah. But then you take the phonetic, and that's, so, Sister Mashiana, that's why the German, the Latin, she said, so I'm studying the German where the W makes a V sound. And since there was no oo sound in Hebrew, could it be a double U instead of the double oo? So it's no oo, it's just the wa. That's all. Wa, like wet. So you got wa, ha. Like just make your mouth, the phonetics that your mouth can make, and you just have to have the breath of Yah. That's the Yah. Yes. So it's wa, like wet, like wa, or ba, like the bet, da, like the dollar. I mean, that's the best I can do. But again, our walk is much more important. But yes, that's why I teach the original Hebrew. But again, meet people where they are. Don't try to figure it out through the German language and these other languages, because they're just bastardized version from the original. He sent us out from the Tower of Babel, and there's thousands and thousands of languages. Yeah, like water. I say water, water, wa, mayam, mom, wa, Yahweh Shah, Yahweh. And they got dialects of it. That's why they say Yahweh. See, they still got a wa, but then they got an a. That's outside of the Hebrew. The wa in Yahweh once they get to they got Yah, but then they go A. That's Phoenician. That's immediately not Hebrew. When you go O, U, I, E, A, not Hebrew at all. Not original. It's a dialect, a mix, Phoenician, mixed of some Canaanite and stuff. It just is. Because our ancestors went further away from Ah. The further they went away from Yah, they took on different vowel sounds. It's only one in the original Habrayah, and that's Ah. That's it. One, where a baby can understand. The babies speak it when they come out. They say da or mama. Literally their first words. Or either da or mama. Literally. And when they come out of the womb, and when the doctor hit them, what do? Wham, wow, that wah. You see, wah. That cry, the sound that it makes. It's not that they're speaking something. When they wail, it's a wah that comes out. All right. Praise Yah. Hopefully that helped, Mashiana. I try to do the best I can. She said part 2. Okay, she got another part. She said, regarding my consonant sound question. Oh, I already read that. What sound the W makes in Hebrew? Okay. All right. That's in the original Hebrew. And that was added later. The Wav letter was added later. The F sound in Hebrew, ba, I guess it would. See, that's where you mix in. That's where I get mixed up. So you mean because you're looking at the English letter F and saying in the Hebrew, what would its F? It would be fa. So it's so simple. Whatever it is, it's always ah. So take whatever sound that you're trying to transliterate from another language, right? If you're doing A, B, C, D, right? So C, there is no Hebrew for C. For D, so it doesn't work like that. So if it's a fa, I guess you're saying so in the Hebrew, it won't be like F. So you're looking at a letter F in another German language and trying to transliterate it to Yah's original tongue. It like Yahakanan said, it's the sound, the phonetic sound that your mouth makes. So if I do a fa, that's fa. That would be fa. So it's really simple. But if you're looking to try to make it mix, you can't do the Hebrew like that. It doesn't work like that to make it relate to some German language or these are man-made languages you can't relate it like that. Okay, thank you. He said, I think what Mashiach is saying when the letters Payah and Hayah are put together, for example. I'm still lost. So yes, the Payah, so Hayah, right? The Hayah, that's the breath, the revelation. So she's saying, what is the F? I don't think there's not an F in the Hebrew Aleph Bayat. Like a letter F. It would be it will give the sound of a PH. Let me see. How can I say? I don't think there's a phonetic F or O. Yeah, the German was just to say that they sound could be different. PH would that's what I said. It would be PH. It would be the fa, the fa, the PH sound. That sound fa. That would get that sound. Like father or Abba, Abba Yah. Exactly. It would be the phonetic sound of the pH. And I guess it will be more once we go back into the original Hebrew. Hopefully we can make it be explained a little clearer. But yeah, it will be Fa. It will be what we would call a pH. But look at what we did. Look how we describe it, pH. See? So that's what I said. So we can only describe it with the English language. But there's no P in Hebrew. So again, that would be Fa. So yeah. And it's really simple. So the thing about the original Habariyah is that it's so simplified that a baby can understand. That's why Yahakanah said you just use your phonetics that your mouth could make and put ah. And then the thing is just understanding the attributes of them. The alayah, the bayah, the gamayah, the dalayah, the habayah, the hayah, the zayan. All right. He said that's going backwards. I think we should look at the modern languages through the eyes in relation to the Hebrew, not looking at the original through the modern language. Yes, it'll always confuse things. That's the point I was trying to make, Yahakanah. You can't take the modern, you got to just look through it. It's simplified. It's all abaga, it's all ah. So anything that your phonetic mouth can make in the Hebrew letters, you'll find which one will be able to define the phonetic sound that your mouth is making. It's in all of the 22 letters. I think, 22 letters. All right. From the Aleph Bayat to the Tayah. It's all in there. All right. And so I'll bring it out more when we do the next Hebrew letters, Mashiach. It'll be a lot easier to break down when I got the Hebrew on the screen and the letters, and I could show each one and tie it up. But yes, thank you for that question. Just because you have people that do it with the Latin too, and because a V is a B, and there's no V, it's a W, but there's no W, it's two V's, and so praise Yah. Did you say the Wayah came? Yes, the Wayah came later. The Wav, the actual Wav itself letter did come later. It's the original, but it's the definition of the Wayah, the Wav, is Mashiach. Now Mashiach as the state peg, as what the Wav, the attributes of the Wayah, the Wav, was Mashiach. And we know Mashiach came later. But we know Mashiach was here. He is the word of Yah at the beginning. He's in every letter. Now listen to this. Mashiach at tribunal is in every last letter. The Aleph, the Gamal, the Dalayat, the Hayah. He's in all the way through. But the Wayah, the Wav letter, actually described his earthly existence. Okay? So I'll break that down another time when we go through the Hebrew. All right? And no pride of trying to teach because language is always... No, you're doing good, Yahakanah. We each one, iron sharpens iron. Praise Yah. All right. So now what I mean by later, I mean the attribunal definitions, meaning the descriptors of the Wayah as Mashiach, couldn't have came. It came because when Mashiach earthly existence, it described, it's him. So it's him. How can I say this? Let me see. It's a will within a will. Yes. Let me make sense. It's a will within a will. It's here from the beginning, but Mashiach, guys, there was no need for Mashiach to come before Adam and Eve fell. He was not coming, the word was not going to be manifest into flesh to come to walk amongst, to be the state pig and all that, until after Adam and Hayavah fell and the second world was created. So that's what I mean by it was later. Okay, thank you, Yah. Thank you. The original Haber Yah tongue was the tongue that Yah spoke to speak things into existence. It was before the estate, before they fell. After they fell, now it's a need for the Wayah. Do y'all understand? Yes, the world changed and so did the rules. That's why I said it came later. I don't mean that it wasn't there. It was all there, but the Wayah is attributable definition of what it come to do. There was no need for it before the fall. After the fall, now the Wayah has to come. Praise Yah. We're going, when we get to the Wayah, and break that down. Once I get to break down the Hebrew Wayah, y'all will understand exactly what y'all will see it. For those who can't see it yet in Rayah. That's what I mean by it came later. What it had to do, it manifest. That's why I said when they do the yo, hey, wav, hey, they thinking that's Yah. I said that's not Yah with the wav in it, that's Mashiach. They're describing Mashiach, but they don't know that. But we'll save that because that'll confuse. It's a higher election, and I don't go above. I teach basics because I don't care how much of that you know about the Hebrew. If your fruit, you go right to the judgment, but I know the Hebrew. I know the Abba God. I know the wife did this. Yeah. But this jumbo trying to showing your fruit. You ain't judged on that. You're not judged on that. But praise Yah. The more that we go through the Hebrew, I'll be able to break it down more and more for the babies, for everybody to understand. And for my elders, my young elders who got the election to really break down the Hebrew, we got to keep it simplified for all of them. We don't want to leave. That they just learning mishpakah, right? Remember we were saying mishpakah, them hard ka and all that, a koti. I'm like, you still got people calling a koti a sister. I'm like, that is not Hebrew. And that's why I say about the Sefer and the Strongs. It was a start to get us away from the English. It was the beginning. It was the start. But that's not correct. That stuff ain't correct. Ain't no koti, ain't no OT, and no Hebrew at all. But again, we had to come from straight out of the Babylonian English to get to some of this modernized Yiddish, and then we got to the Ugaritic, we got to the Paleo, we got to all that to come all the way back to the original Habarayah. That's Hebrew in the original tongue, the tongue of of Yah. The breath. Every breath you take. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. That will conclude. I was going to show something else, but that's it. That's the conclusion. At least I got to try to answer Mashiach, but we got more to come. Especially in Mashiach, once we get to the Wav, Hebrew letter, then you'll have your full understanding and all of it. But praise Yah. All questions are very good questions because it helps us to bring out more understanding of things. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself tonight with Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. We got a little laugh in. I know it got a little boring at the beginning. They attacked the lesson. They got our live all the way down to 20 people. I ain't never seen that. They was pissed at the beginning. They dropped our lesson all the way down to we back at 50, our normals. I'm like, my goodness, what are they doing? They was attacking the mess out of it. I'm like, I know it's pretty boring at the beginning, but then I ramped it up a little bit for y'all. All right? All right. Log down Lenencia's question. And I'm going to do question and answers on Sunday, too. I'm going to do some on Sunday. We getting back. We're going to do some question and answers on Sunday, as well as on our Sunday, what we're going to bring out on Sunday. All right. So, hopefully, yeah, they weren't happy. I ain't never really seen them attack our live and drop our stream down to 20 people. I'm like, it's more of us in the ministry than that. I'm like, they really pissed at what we, but praise y'all. And hopefully that y'all got some fruit as we continue to bust the darkness in the head.
Bust it, you know what it is.
That little boy is a trick. As we bust darkness in the head, we bust in the light. We are the light that's going to bust the darkness in the head. Shout out to Miss Style 21. Thank you, daughter of Yah, for sojourning and not taking offense. I meant no harm, but that was the Rayach. Your salvation, all of our salvation is so important. The serpents, they put a bunch of darkness out there and confusion and want us to get us to curse ourselves. You understand? But I come to be the light and to bust the darkness right in his head.
Bust it, you know what it is.
So from Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to all of you, we say a big Shabbat Shalom to you all. Thank you, Hagyama. Thank you, Taj Baliyah. Thank you, Yasha. He got his rest going on. And thank you guys for being with me, brothers and sisters, as we reach the children around the world and bring the word of the Most High to his children worldwide. We see y'all on the Sunday study. I love you all. Go forth, be the light in the darkness that you are. You are the children of the Most High, whether you're a natural branch or the companions. You're his children, and you need to go forth, love your neighbor as yourself, and spread the Basor, spread his word, be his word. Let them see you by your fruit. You know them by your fruit. Look for fruit, children, especially my natural branch. We've been traumatized. Look for the fruit of the people. That's how you know the children of Yah. Shabbat Shalom, all of you, from Mashiach Assembly House of Yah to you all. Shabbat Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.